Chapter 742, Conversations Along the Way, 7K. Chen Mobai suppressed the indescribable emotions welling up inside him and looked at the lively girl in front of him, who was smiling with her eyes narrowed and talking to him. Suddenly, he felt a great sense of satisfaction. "Uncle Chen, it's almost time. I need to catch my train, so I'll be going now." About half an hour later, the girl checked the time on her phone screen, got up, and prepared to leave. Chen Mobai opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him to stay, but he didn't know what excuse to use. "Have some breakfast before you go." At this moment, Tang Pankui, who was in the kitchen, heard the noise and came out. She had just finished making breakfast and immediately invited the girl to sit down. "This." The girl hesitated for a moment, about to politely decline, when Chen Mobai spoke up. "Eat before you go. It won't take much time. I'll personally take you to the station." Although he felt it was a bit abrupt, since Chen Mobai, the big boss, had said so, Shizuohei could only nod and express his gratitude to Tang Pankui. "Son, here are the car keys, but you haven't driven in decades, so I'll drive you home later." As the family of four sat down to eat breakfast, Chen Xinglan spoke up. After hearing this, Chen Mobai initially wanted to shake his head in refusal, but then he quickly remembered something and nodded. Although his driver's license had been idle for decades, with his current learning ability, especially with his mastery of the Fangkun Shu, a type of Chinese calligraphy, he could master the skill to the highest level in the blink of an eye. However, he remembered that he also had something to do in Yumu City, so he decided to go on the same train as Shizuohei later, so they could get to know each other along the way. It would be perfect to have Chen Xinglan give the father and son a ride. "Grandma will be going now. Goodbye, Uncle Chen, and thank you for your hard work, Grandpa Chen." After the meal, Shizuohei politely said goodbye and greeted each of the three of them. "I also have some things to take care of at Chingsang Academy. Which bus do you take?" When Chen Mobai said this, the three people present looked at him with some surprise. Especially Chen Xinglan and Tang Pankui. Over the years, they have never seen Chen Mobai take the initiative to manage the affairs of Chingsang Academy. Any issues are resolved quickly over the phone with just a few words. "What matter requires you, the principal, to go in person?" Tang Pankui thought something serious had happened and asked with some concern. "Recently, Xu and Shuang Company's development has hit a bottleneck. I plan to expand the enrollment scale of the Yuan Qi system again. I'm worried that the people below are not doing their jobs seriously, so I'll go over and take charge personally." Chen Mobai made up an excuse. The last time he interfered with the operation of Chingsang Academy was to cultivate reserve forces for Yan Bingxuan's company by adding a subject related to Yuan Qi in the academy. "This is the only excuse we can use now." The main reason was that he knew nothing about Yu Macheng's political affairs. Shizuohei was, after all, a public official, and he was afraid that she would find out something was wrong by using official excuses. "It's the XXXX train, but when I booked the ticket, it seems there were no private boxes left." As they were talking, Chen Xinglan drove out of the garage. Shizuohei was about to open the trunk with his large suitcase when Chen Mobai took the lead. "Thank you, Uncle Chen." Shizuohei sat in the back seat, and seeing Chen Mobai put down his luggage and then sit in the passenger seat, immediately thanked him. As expected, there are no private rooms available. Chen Mobai used his phone to book tickets and found that it was exactly as Shizuohei had said. The train should have spare compartments. Given Uncle Chen's status, the train attendants should prepare one for you. Shizuohei thought of this, but Chen Mobai immediately shook his head and started to put on a persona in front of her. "I've never been one to indulge in pleasures, so I won't trouble the flight attendants. I'll just buy a standing ticket and stand in the aisle for a while." Chen Mobai expressed that although he was a golden core cultivator of the immortal sect and a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall, he was kind and benevolent towards the people. "How about I give my private room to my uncle and I'll sit over at the dining car? It won't be long anyway." How could Chen Mobai accept this? He shook his head again, indicating that he was not that kind of person. "Uncle, if you don't mind, Would you like to join me in my private room? Chen Mobai, who had been waiting for these words, suppressed the urge to nod immediately, pretended to ponder for a while, and then reluctantly nodded. I hope you won't mind if this old man accompanies me on this journey. Not at all, uncle is very young. According to your level, you are only a handsome young man of 17 or 18. Hearing this, Chen Mobai looked at his excessively young face in the rearview mirror. Even his mature hairstyle and clothing could not hide his energetic and vibrant youthful spirit. Hehata. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. He wouldn't have been so happy if anyone else had said those words. They arrived at the station soon. After Chen Mobai helped Shizuohe take down the huge suitcase, he thought about how to reasonably get her a storage magic artifact. What is your current cultivation level? Have you ever tried to create a realm? After bidding farewell to Chen Xinglan, who was seeing him off, Chen Mobai, with great gentlemanly manners, pushed his suitcase and went through security and ticket checks with Shizuohe, asking questions as they walked. I just broke through to the 8th level of foundation establishment. Because I still need to cultivate and improve my spiritual root techniques, my progress in cultivation has been delayed for a while. As for the realm, it was only 7 years ago. I estimate that it may take another 10 or 20 years before it can open again. Shizuohe's pure yin body talent is the most outstanding spiritual body in the immortal sect. However, due to the clash of spiritual roots, he mainly tries to improve his water spiritual root. Therefore, although he has the best resources in the Wookiee Academy and the sea area, his cultivation progress is still greatly slowed down. After you complete the foundation establishment stage, if you want to try to open up the golden core realm, I can try to contact a few nascent soul cultivators. Maybe they will give me some face. Chen Mobai thought for a moment and then said something. Opening the boundary gate requires waiting for the nascent soul cultivators to reach the stage. So it usually takes a large number of foundation establishment cultivators, or newly formed core formation cultivators, to accumulate before arrangements can be made. But Shizuohe shook his head repeatedly after hearing this. Let nature take its course. Besides, I don't think I have any talent for the way of space. As a native of Wangxian Peak, her talents in cultivation had been examined since childhood, and she knew clearly that her affinity for the power of the void was not high, and the possibility of opening up a domain in the foundation establishment stage was extremely slim. Talent can be cultivated through hard work and effort. After hearing this, Chen Mobai spoke up arrogantly. Only an uncle could say that. After hearing this, Shizuohe replied mischievously. At this point, both of them had passed through the ticket check and boarded the train. Because Chen Mobai had a standing ticket, the flight attendant noticed him when he entered Shizuohe's compartment. The flight attendant even came over to check the tickets. When he saw Chen Mobai's name on the ticket, his pupils constricted. After taking a closer look at the familiar face, which had a different hairstyle, he became nervous. Counselor Chen, I'll arrange it for you right away. Chen Mobai immediately reached out to stop the flight attendant, saying that he had suddenly remembered that he had something to do in Yumu City and did not need special treatment. Yes, call me if you need anything. The flight attendant respectfully escorted Chen Mobai and Shizuohe into their cabin and even offered to help carry their large suitcase, but Chen Mobai refused. After entering the private room, Chen Mobai, who was very familiar with its layout, put his luggage away and then sat on the sofa by the window. Uncle Chen, let me make you a cup of tea. Shizuohe picked up the tea set placed on top to get water, but Chen Mobai immediately waved his hand to stop him, saying that he could do it himself. He waved his hand at the table, and a silver light flashed as his usual tea set fell from the realm. Upon witnessing this scene, Shizuohe's face was filled with longing. The fact that Chen Mobai opened up the Golden Core realm at the Foundation establishment stage is also one of the legends that proves his potential to become a deity. The water Chen Mobai usually drinks for tea is taken from the heavenly lake at the top of the snow mountain by cultivators of the Five Elements sect. It has a refreshing coolness. After boiling it, it is used to brew snow needle immortal buds, which is considered a masterpiece. Before long, The two were sitting opposite each other on the sofa by the window. Shizuohe smelled the brewed spiritual tea, its fresh and elegant aroma making her involuntarily close her eyes in ecstasy. "This tea is delicious." After taking a small sip, Shizuohe's eyes lit up. He felt as if his mind had been cleansed and become clear and bright. "This is a wild tea called Snow Needle Fairy Bud. I discovered it by chance deep in the Taeksu Mountains of my hometown. Drinking it more often can enhance one's spiritual sense and purify one's danshin. If you like it, you can take this can with you when you get off the bus." Chen Mobai handed the jar of tea that Zufeng Bai had given him to Shizuohe, but the latter refused it repeatedly. "This wild tea isn't worth much. Just consider it a thank you for letting me sit in the private room." Chen Mobai began to persuade him. After he unified the 5 elements and 5 veins, the Zufeng Bai clan somehow learned that he was collecting all kinds of tea trees in the eastern wilderness. They immediately came to his door and offered him a 3rd-grade snow needle immortal bud from their treasured 1,000-year-old tea tree. Chen Mobai naturally refused. He wasn't that kind of person. However, Bai Dingxian, the patriarch of the Bai family, said he wanted to exchange the snow needle immortal bud ancient tea tree for some foundation-building pills. Since he had used this excuse, Chen Mobai couldn't refuse and agreed on the spot. Just as Yu Ming Daimyu has achieved great success, she can evolve a cold, snowy soil suitable for the transplantation and growth of Zhu Zhenxianya on Zio Nanshan. When the snow needle fairy bud was actually transplanted, Bai Dingxian felt extremely regretful. His offering of the snow needle immortal bud to Chen Mobai was mainly to express an attitude, especially at a time when the 5-element sect was collecting tea trees all over the world. Because the snow needle immortal sprout grows in harsh environments, even though it nominally belongs to the 5-element sect, according to his idea, it will not be transplanted, and he will still need them to help take care of and maintain it. Little did they know that Zhu Ming's Earth Mother technique would be so powerful. But by then it was too late to regret it. However, the Zufeng Bai clan did not come away empty-handed. Chen Mobai specially gave him 10 talismans that he had drawn himself, and each talisman could be exchanged for a foundation establishment pill unconditionally at the 5-element sect. For the next 100 years, the Zufeng Bai clan will not have to worry about the foundation establishment pill. In his regret, Bai Dingxian immediately exchanged 5 foundation establishment pills to appease the elders in the family who were dissatisfied with him because of this matter. It is said that these 5 foundation establishment pills enabled a young elder to successfully establish his foundation. Chen Mobai didn't pay attention to what happened next. Even the matter of the enlightenment tea tree absorbing the essence of snow needle immortal buds was handled entirely by Zhu Ming, who came from Han County. "Thank you, Uncle Chen." Shizuohe declined twice, but seeing how polite Chen Mobai was, he finally accepted it. The main reason was that she genuinely felt the tea would be helpful for her cultivation. After all, although her spiritual power increased slowly due to her spiritual root, she did not have any problems with her divine sense. "You cultivate the 5 elements technique. My friend and I run a company called Xuan Shuang. We can use the formless puppet to refine the essence of the 5 elements. They are all extremely pure and can be easily refined. Do you want me to get some for you so that you can reach the foundation establishment stage in the shortest possible time?" After delivering the tea, Chen Mobai thought about how he had already prepared resources for core formation when he was her age, and couldn't help but offer to help her complete the foundation establishment stage first. Shizuohe shook her head repeatedly, not caring too much about it. After all, within the immortal sects, the greatest gaps only exist between major realms. Even if she could reach the foundation establishment stage soon, she would still have to wait for the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill to accumulate years of experience. Therefore, she would let the improvement of her realm take its natural course and focus most of her energy on improving her spiritual roots. Actually, it's good to improve your cultivation level quickly, so you can devote other energy to things that interest you. As a member of the Realm School, Chen Mobai began to instill his philosophy into the young girl. No need, Uncle Chen. Grandma said that I am in the late stage of cultivation. In the early stage, my cultivation will definitely be slower because of my spiritual root. But after my spiritual root is fully improved and purified, even if I can't compare to ancestor Yuan Yang, I will at least be able to form a nascent soul. But little did he know that Shizaiho held completely different ideas from him, and was actually a fundamentalist. Chen Mobai completely disagreed with Yu Huoping's statement. As a girl with a pure yin constitution, as long as her spiritual root is matched, she will become the female version of the primordial yang ancestor. Although the immortal sects do not have a nascent soul cultivation method with pure yin attributes, once the girl forms her nascent soul, she will be able to explore the paths of either the 6 imperial scriptures or the Jade Purity scripture. As a cultivator, one must have an indomitable spirit. From the very first day I began practicing qi cultivation, I had only one goal for myself, to achieve the Tao transformation. Chen Mobai's words were very convincing. Uncle is truly a genius, I can't compare to him. Seeing the longing look in Shizaiho's eyes, Chen Mobai felt even more vain, but he was not quite satisfied with the second half of her sentence. To what extent has your spiritual root been improved? Chen Mobai then asked about the key factor hindering her cultivation speed. Theoretically speaking, after so many years of training in the sea, given the background of Wufeng Immortal Mountain, she shouldn't be short of resources, and her water spirit root should be at least over 60. When I graduated from graduate school 2 years ago, the Spirit Lord bestowed upon me heavenly pure water. Under my mother-in-law's protection, I refined half a bottle of heavenly pure water on Wangxian Peak, and now my water spirit root is exactly 80 points. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but slightly open his mouth wide. He was still thinking about what excuse he would use to invite her to eat fish every day, and then explain to her why eating fish would improve her water spirit root. I didn't expect that I no longer needed him. It can only be said that he is indeed worthy of the background of Wangxian Peak. Even the sea spirit venerable has to give face to ancestor Bai Guang. The last time I heard that the immortal sect went to the sea area to study, and was bestowed with the pure water of the heavens, it was the current master of the righteous law hall. It was for this reason that after graduating, Master Shuixian entered the Zhengfa Hall and has now even taken over the military. He is just waiting for the change of leadership in the immortal sects to officially assume the position of the new Zhengfa Hall master. So you already have a heavenly water spiritual root. Are you planning to change your cultivation method? What kind of cultivation method are you planning to practice? Let me give you some advice. Chen Mobai spoke again, wanting to demonstrate his role. Uncle Chen, I am in the late stage of cultivation. Both the foundation establishment and core formation stages require building a solid foundation. Therefore, according to Grandma's wishes, I should continue to cultivate the 5 elements technique. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was slightly surprised and angry. Why waste time cultivating this? Although in the immortal sects, because the spiritual medicine needed to break through to a higher realm takes a very long time, many people cultivate spiritual root techniques to pass the time and improve themselves along the way. However, as a member of Wangxian Peak, Shizaiho could easily obtain the breakthrough medicine in the shortest time if he cultivated step by step, with his help. There was no need for him to delay on the 5 elements technique when he already had the heavenly water spiritual root. If all else fails, he'll open a blind box and give her a core formation elixir. Even in the late game, it shouldn't be this late. It's like this, Uncle Chen. Although my water spiritual root has already exceeded 80, I plan to continue transforming it into an ice spiritual root. When both my water and ice spiritual roots exceed 80, I will be able to bring out 80–90% of the effect of my pure yin body's characteristics. As long as I can master the 6 imperial scriptures, I will have a 20–30% chance of forming a nascent soul, and even a sliver of hope for becoming a deity. Shizaiho also had an instinctive sense of trust in Chen Mobai, so when he saw him frown, he couldn't help but tell him his most important secret. So that's how it is. I was too narrow-minded. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel ashamed. Wangxian Peak is, after all, the place where the White Light ancestor resides, whose realm is far superior to his. Shiziohe received her education there from a young age, and the cultivation path arranged for her was definitely the most suitable and the best one. He was so concerned that he lost his focus and only saw what was in front of him. However, this is also the biggest contradiction between the Realm School and the Foundation School. People with a strong background like Shiziohe can focus on building a solid foundation because they don't need to worry about anything before reaching the nascent soul stage. But he was different. He was a child from a poor family, and all the resources for cultivation were obtained with great difficulty from the Heavenly River realm, so he definitely prioritized improving his cultivation level. Speaking of ice spirit roots, Chen Mobai thought of his good friend Yan Bingxuan and suddenly realized that something was not quite right. In terms of improving spiritual roots, he is considered an expert in the immortal sects. Now, the total amount of his 5 elemental spiritual roots is definitely among the top. Perhaps only someone with a triple elemental spiritual root, like Wenren Zuwei, could rival him. Moreover, he is confident that in the future, he will rise to an unprecedented level. With such vast resources in the Heavenly River realm, he even wondered if it would be incredibly smooth to cultivate the primordial Tao fruit if he were to one day advance to the 5 elements heavenly spiritual root. Isn't the ice spirit root a fusion of the metal and water spirit roots? Won't this damage your water spirit root? His pure yang avatar was created by sacrificing water and wood elements to enhance his fire spiritual root. If Shiziohe were to sacrifice his heavenly water spiritual root, which he had painstakingly raised to 80 points, in order to fuse with the ice spiritual root, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? It's all right, uncle. I still have half a bottle of celestial pure water. Grandma has already calculated that when my water spirit root drops to 40 points, I can drink it again, and it will be restored to a celestial water spirit root. In that case, my ice spirit root can only be raised to around 40 points for a short time. But I'm still young, so I can just cultivate properly on my own when the time comes. Shiziohe truly didn't treat Chen Mobai as an outsider, revealing even the most secret aspects of his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately felt that it was time for him to make a difference. He began to think about how to legally and legitimately bleach the azure blood carp of the Heavenly River realm here, and then give it to Shiziohe to eat. Furthermore, the ice marrow jade and water mist ice crystal obtained from Kong Lingling's storage bag are rare and precious natural treasures that have a great effect on water and ice spiritual roots. When Shiziohe is ready to form his core, it will be as if he were opened from a void blind box. There are also water spirit pearls. I gave Tei Wanliu a little too few back then. I think I still have a few dozen left. I'll find an excuse to string them into a necklace or bracelet and give them to her as a birthday present. Chen Mobai considered all the spiritual items he possessed that were related to ice and water attributes, and began to plan how to legitimately clear his name within the immortal sect. Was there another water-type spirit fruit? Chen Mobai then thought of another rare and precious material he had treasured. But after thinking about it, I managed to restrain myself. Luo Yixuan will basically not need this when she reaches the core formation stage. She should give it to Qingnu instead. She faces considerable exclusion from the immortal sects and might not be able to exchange for the top-grade core formation elixir, the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill. However, with his connections, he should be able to arrange for her to form a water element core, and with the addition of the water element spirit fruit, Qingnu wouldn't need to utilize her heavenly spirit roots resources. After all, among his close friends, apart from Wenren Zuwei who might outlive him, Qingnu was the most likely to keep up with his cultivation progress. We still can't be too biased towards one side. And doesn't this still need to be verified? Once we arrive in Yumu City, we'll find Shi Wanyu and ask her in detail whether the girl in front of us is indeed our daughter. Chen Mobai had considered secretly taking a drop of Shiziohe's blood and going to the hospital with it for a checkup. However, in the immortal sects, even if he is a golden core cultivator, he still needs to register with his real name, and both parties must be present when doing a paternity test. Given Chen Mobai's status and position, he could probably do it secretly by asking around and leveraging his connections. But if we do that, a third party will find out about it. Any secret is no longer a secret if someone other than yourself knows it. Therefore, after careful consideration, Chen Mobai abandoned the idea. If we really can't get any results from Shi Wanyu, then we'll go to Wenren Zuwei again. Even if it means ruining her reputation, we'll ask her to help us get a paternity test done at the Imperial Medical Academy. Is she really my daughter? With this feeling of unease, Chen Mobai chatted with the cheerful and lively girl opposite him. He wanted to ask her what she thought of his father, but he was afraid of hearing words that would make his Dao heart uneasy, so in the end he did not ask about it. The two chatted in the private room. Chen Mobai wanted to show off his skills, but Shi Ziohe had been arranged for everything by Wang Xianpeak since he was a child. In other words, my choice to choose the Dance Weapon Academy during university was a bit rebellious, and after finishing my studies in the sea, I decided to return to my hometown to serve my mother. These were my own choices. The rest of Chen Mobai's expertise, such as guiding cultivation, was of no use to Shi Ziohe, who had already arranged the path to heaven. Moreover, as they chatted, Chen Mobai realized that he seemed to be falling behind the girl. She was talking about trending topics, gossip, and celebrity hot searches, things she knew nothing about. Because he truly embodies the image of a diligent cultivator within the immortal sect. He would collect information and pay attention to the affairs of the two universities under his command, the two cities, and even the 3 major halls and 4 major academies of the immortal sect every time he came out of seclusion. But he genuinely knew nothing about the trivial matters these girls were discussing. That's a bit out of touch with reality. Chen Mobai secretly told himself that he decided to check the news and trending topics when he had time in the future. Meng Tianhu is preparing to return to her alma mater, Wuki Daeyuan, where she is said to sing 3 songs and may also hold a concert at Chicheng Dongshan. Finally, Shi Ziohe mentioned someone Chen Mobai knew. Meng Huinger, I know her very well. We were students in the Dao Academy in the same year, one after the other, and coincidentally. Chen Mobai immediately began to recount the story of how he and Meng Huinger got to know each other, and eventually resolved their misunderstandings to become good friends. Of course, he omitted things that didn't need to be told to the children. After I reached the core formation stage, I didn't have many friends who kept in touch with me, but senior sister Meng was one of them. Every time I went to Wanggu Cave to report on my duties, or whenever she had time to pass through Danxia City and Yumu City, we would arrange to meet. The two of us are the closest of friends, and we understand each other the best. Hearing Chen Mobai's words, Shi Ziohe looked on with envy. Although she had a few friends when she was at the Dance Weapon Academy, she had basically lost contact with them all during her years of study. I really envy the steadfast friendship between Uncle Chen and Queen Meng that has lasted for decades. Chen Mobai smiled awkwardly after hearing this. Fortunately, the train arrived at the station at that moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 743 confirms it's a daughter, 7K. Chapter 743 confirms it's a daughter, 7K. After passing through the ticket check at Yumu City Station, Chen Mobai and Shi Ziohe said goodbye and parted ways. Uncle Chen, if you're coming over sometime, please let me know in advance. Shi Ziohe waved energetically at him, then got into the car that Chen Mobai had called for her. According to previous statements, Chen Mobai is now heading to Qingsang Academy. However, after watching Shi Ziohe leave, he instantly disappeared from the spot. When he got Shi Wanyu's address last night, he went straight there. However, it was too late at that time. Sensing the steady, peaceful breathing inside, he remained silent for a long time before finally leaving. Chen Mobai's feelings for Shi Wanyu were very complicated. Even after so many years, That incident was still the most difficult thing for him to talk about since he began his cultivation. He hadn't been schemed against or suffered losses many times in his life, but this was the most memorable one. He originally thought that as time passed, and after 100 years, when Shi Wanyu passed away, he would be able to face it with a calm mind. But who knew? In his heart, memories of his youth, of how he met Shi Wanyu, interacted with her, and ultimately became strangers, began to surface. With his current level of cultivation, he can recall every single thing he has ever experienced, down to the smallest detail, simply by thinking back. In a series of teleportations, he arrived at the entrance of a flower shop. The flower shop is called Fuxia. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai fell silent for a moment. After graduating from Liuguang Academy, Shi Wanyu was exempted from military service due to her pregnancy, even though she did not achieve foundation establishment. However, because she was born out of wedlock, she was disliked by her parents after returning to her hometown. But since she was her own flesh and blood, her mother immediately sought help from the Yu family after Zio Hai was born, and her 9 yin meridians were discovered. Later, Zio Hai was personally taken away by Yu Huiping. The latter also instructed the Yu family to take good care of Shi Wanyu, the mother, and that once the child's incurable disease, the 9 yin meridians, was cured, the mother and daughter would be reunited. After that, roughly every year, Shi Wanyu would go to Wufeng Immortal Mountain to visit and take care of Zio Hai for a month. Therefore, the mother and daughter have a very good relationship. Chen Mobai also asked Gu Mingxuan about Shi Wanyu's life in Yumu City. Although she was an unmarried mother with a bad reputation, she was still beautiful and had the background of the Yu family. So many people still came to propose marriage. Some of those who were matchmaking were willing to accept Shi Ziohe as a burden. However, Shi Wanyu refused them all. She used her savings and her parents' help to open a flower shop and enjoy life. Although they may not become extremely wealthy, they are still able to maintain their livelihood. She chose the location for the flower shop herself. The first floor is for welcoming customers, the second floor is her own residence, and there is a third-floor attic reserved for Zio Hai. Chen Mobai looked at the busy figures inside through the glass door and composed himself, his emotions somewhat scattered. He checked the time. It would take Zio Hai about an hour to get here from the station. However, since it was his driver who arranged it, it would take a longer route, adding another half-hour. That's enough time for him to meet with his old friends. With that thought in mind, Chen Mobai gently pushed open the glass door. Ring ring. The wind chimes at the entrance rang simultaneously, reminding the shop owner that a customer had entered. Welcome. Upon hearing the sound of the wind chimes, Shi Wanyu continued cutting bright ice-blue roses with her hands, while raising her snow-white neck to greet the entering guest with a professional smile. But when she saw Chen Mobai walk in, she froze on the spot. The roses and scissors in her hands slipped out of her control and fell from her palms. Chen Mobai's figure flashed with silver light as he teleported in front of Shi Wanyu, catching the scissors and roses that fell from her hands. Haven't seen you for a long time. The two looked at each other in silence for a long time before Chen Mobai finally spoke. As he spoke, he handed the roses and scissors to the beautiful young woman in front of him. After not seeing her for over 40 years, Chen Mobai had assumed that Shi Wanyu would have grown into an old woman. After all, at the same age as him, 71 years old, if one is a qi refining cultivator, even if one takes good care of oneself, one will begin to show signs of aging. But the Shi Wanyu before me, though she has lost the pure and youthful charm she had when we first met, has gained a mature and alluring beauty that comes with the passage of time. A white shirt paired with a gray apron draped with floral trim accentuated her fuller figure than before. Below her slender waist were black cargo trousers, which couldn't hide her most outstanding leg shape, making her legs appear even longer and straighter when standing. Long time no see, are you, Mr. Counselor, here to buy flowers? Shi Wanyu accepted the roses and scissors, seemingly finally calming her shocked emotions. After answering with a slightly trembling voice, she lowered her head and asked a question. When we graduated, you invited me to dinner. Some things happened during the meal that I don't remember, and I wanted to come to you to ask about them. Looking at the elegant, charming, and sexy young woman in front of him, Chen Mobai immediately started talking about what happened back then. I. When Xiwanyu heard Chen Mobai bring this up, she became even more flustered. After all, it was her fault back then. She instinctively wanted to defend herself, but in the end, she lowered her head and apologized. Sorry. If apologies were effective, he wouldn't have a daughter. Seeing Xiwanyu's expression, Chen Mobai already knew the answer in his heart, but he still needed to hear those words from her own mouth. When I was opening up my golden core realm, I met a girl named Xiao Hai on the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain. He spoke again, touching Xiwanyu's heart. Sure enough, upon hearing Xiao Hai's name, she who had been looking down suddenly raised her head, widened her eyes, and stared straight at him, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with panic. Is there anything you want to say to me? Chen Mobai didn't continue, because when he mentioned Xiao Hai, Xiwanyu already knew why he had come today. Sorry. But Xiwanyu still apologized, her eyes slightly red, as if she was ashamed and repenting for her behavior back then. However, that's not what Chen Mobai wanted to hear. Is she our daughter? Seeing Xiwanyu sobbing, Chen Mobai finally couldn't help but ask. Yes. Xiwanyu nodded gently, giving him the answer he wanted to hear. Call. After a long breath, Chen Mobai felt a great sense of relief, and a strange joy welled up from the depths of his heart. He originally planned to get married and have children only before he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, and could not make any further progress. As his cultivation level rose higher and higher, and he even gained confidence and assurance in reaching the nascent soul stage, he even felt that he might never have any offspring in his lifetime. But little did people know that he already had a daughter many years ago. No wonder Xiao Hai has the 9 yin meridians. He cultivated the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique, which stabilized his innate primordial yang. Theoretically, although he could exchange jade fluids during intercourse, that little bit of primordial yang would never be released. Therefore, when Xiao Hai was born, he had no true yang energy at all. If it weren't for the superb medical skills of the immortal sect, this would be a terminal illness. But now he has survived the life-or-death ordeal and transformed into a pure yin body, one of the most elite spiritual bodies in the immortal sects. However, Chen Mobai soon discovered something was wrong. Relying on the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique, he was always unrestrained whenever he went on a date with Meng Huinger. Why can't she get pregnant? Or perhaps Xiwanyu possesses a special constitution, which is why she was able to combine his genes to give birth to Xiao Hai, a being with the 9 yin meridian, even without primordial yang. Chen Mobai wanted to ask Xiwanyu, but he was a little embarrassed to ask. But soon, he remembered a very key person from that incident. Chen Chun of the Divine Mechanism Bureau. After that incident with Xiwanyu, she was the one who came to clean up the mess. She also told Chen Mobai that Xiwanyu wanted a child, so she set up that scheme. At that time, Chen Mobai felt that his virginity was already locked up, and even if he lost his virginity, he would not be able to leave offspring, so he did not care. In addition, Chen Chun's background was no less impressive than his, so in the end he let her go and did not pursue Xiwanyu's case. But now it seems that Chen Chun didn't tell him the whole truth. She must know the whole story behind Xiao Hai's birth. Do you know Chen Chun? Thinking of this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask Xiwanyu. You knew all along. Xiwanyu had stopped sobbing by this time. She stood in front of Chen Mobai with her head down, and her cheeks flushed even more after hearing these words. It was she who made a wish to Chen Chun, wanting a child with Chen Mobai. Have you seen Chen Chun since your daughter was born? Seeing that she still remembered, Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask again. Have? Xiwanyu nodded immediately. That incident was the most memorable thing in her life, so she remembered the people and things related to it very clearly. Where? Chen Mobai immediately pressed for answers. Wufeng Immortal Mountain, she seemed to know I was there. One year after I had taken good care of my daughter, I met her on my way down the mountain. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately thought of Chen Chun's background. As one of the disciples of Kaingsing, it was quite reasonable for her to be in the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain. What did you talk about? Shi Wanyu recalled the situation at the time. When she met Chen Chun, the latter was waiting for her. The two chatted casually for a few minutes, mainly asking about Xiao Hai's situation. That year happened to be the critical year for the 9 yin meridians. After passing through it, Xiao Hai transformed into a pure yin body. After learning about this, Chen Chun congratulated her and then left. After hearing what Shi Wanyu said, Chen Mobai recalled a sentence Chen Chun had said after that incident. Perhaps the two of you came to me together so that this child could be born into the world. Chen Mobai and Shi Wanyu's second meeting took place in a small alley in Chicheng Cave. From Chen Chun, Chen Mobai learned about the 3 tribulations he needed to overcome to form his core. He then followed Chen Chun's instructions and, as expected, easily succeeded in forming his core, establishing his reputation as a potential nascent soul cultivator. At that time, Chen Mobai thought that his opportunity had arrived. But little did she know, he wasn't the one she was waiting for. The target was actually his daughter. These guys from the Divine Strategist office are something else. They can actually predict things decades into the future. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel admiration, but also increasing apprehension. Since Xiao Hai is his daughter, he will not allow her fate to be manipulated or controlled by others. I wonder if the white light ancestor of Wangxian Peak knows about this. However, Chen Mobai thought that Chen Chun would wait until Shi Wanyu came down the mountain before coming out to see her, which was probably because he was afraid of Bai Guang Laozu. Chen Mobai instinctively felt that Chen Chun of the Divine Mechanism Mansion, or even the star-piercing ancestor of the heaven-mending lineage, might have designs on her daughter, otherwise they wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel worried. Fortunately, the immortal sect has 2 nascent soul ancestors, otherwise the star-piercing lineage would be the only one to dominate. While Chen Mobai was relieved that the white light ancestor was on their side, he was also thinking about what to do if he really had to clash with the Divine Mechanism Mansion, or even the star-pulling sect behind Chen Chun because of his daughter. We can't just take Little Black directly to the Heavenly River realm, can we? He still has so many relatives and friends in the immortal sect. My daughter is coming home today. Just as his thoughts were racing, Shi Wanyu spoke up somewhat shyly, reminding him of something. Chen Mobai looked at the beautiful young woman in front of him with her blushing face and understood her unspoken meaning. Do you want me to acknowledge her as my parent? Chen Mobai's words made Shi Wanyu's face even more flustered. After all, she had secretly given birth to this child against Chen Mobai's wishes, so for so many years she hadn't dared to bring him to their door to acknowledge him. I think. But when she thought about how her daughter had been fatherless for so many years, and now that Chen Mobai knew about it and had come looking for her, Shi Wanyu gritted her teeth and expressed her inner wish, just for her daughter's sake. Eating together, as a family, has been her dream for decades. Xiao Hai was in Dangxia City yesterday. She came to visit my home. Her grandparents have already met her and they like her very much. Chen Mobai said something that made Shi Wanyu's eyes widen in disbelief. This. It's also my fault for not discovering it sooner. Otherwise, I could have given her a complete and happy childhood. Although Chen Mobai still harbored some resentment towards Shi Wanyu for disregarding his wishes back then, he felt relieved when he thought about the rumors and gossip she had endured, and the loneliness she had experienced since giving birth to Xiao Hai. After all, her daughter is already so grown up. Thanks. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Shi Wanyu burst into tears of joy. Her biggest wish was actually fulfilled yesterday, even though she wasn't there. I came here on the same train as her this morning. She should be here in about 40 minutes. Chen Mobai recounted his interactions with Xiao Hai, and Shi Wanyu, upon hearing this, radiated happiness and excitement from within. My daughter is very filial. She asked Master Yu Huiping why people grow old. After learning that I would become an old woman one day, she tried her best to buy me elixirs and spiritual water to preserve my youth, hoping that I would never grow old. Upon hearing what Shi Wanyu said, Chen Mobai's expression suddenly became clear. No wonder she can still maintain her beautiful appearance and fair, delicate skin at her current age, even though she hasn't reached the foundation establishment stage. So it turns out her daughter was helping out from behind. This is a water spirit pearl. Wearing it can moisturize your skin and beautify your complexion. After hearing this, Chen Mobai felt that she had worked hard taking care of her daughter all these years, so he took out a deep blue pearl. This is so precious. The incident of Master Peach Blossom forcibly buying the water spirit pearl caused quite a stir, so when Chen Mobai brought it out, Shi Wanyu immediately refused. Take it, I have plenty here. When I have time in the future, I'll see if I can ask Master Peach Blossom for help to refine them into youth-preserving pearls. Shi Wanyu declined twice, but Chen Mobai finally forced it into her hand, and she accepted it somewhat embarrassedly. However, Chen Mobai saw the joy in her eyes. I actually took a pill that can preserve youth, which can slow down the aging process of the body by 10 times. It was given to me by my daughter. If I make a youth-preserving pearl in the future, I don't need to give it to you. You can give it to my daughter instead. It seems like all mothers have this mindset. They want to give their daughters the best of everything. I told you I have plenty here. You can each have one. Chen Mobai's words filled Shi Wanyu with happiness. She squinted her eyes and happily hummed in agreement. Chen Mobai checked the time. There was still half an hour before Xiao Hai arrived. Having decided to reunite with his daughter, he decided not to leave. Take me on a tour of this place. He pointed to the flower shop, which wasn't very big but was very cozy. Shi Wanyu nodded, took off the apron she was wearing, and with an unprecedentedly happy smile, began to introduce each flower one by one. After visiting the flower shop, Shi Wanyu saw that she still had some time, so she took Chen Mobai upstairs to let him have a cup of tea and rest. Chen Mobai told her to prepare a glass of water, and then went to the 3rd floor to check on Xiao Hai's room. Although the pavilion was not large, it was decorated very warmly, with pink and white wallpaper adorned with flower petals, and a pattern of blooming sunflowers on the ceiling, which Shi Wanyu painted herself. Chen Mobai walked to the window in the attic and saw Xiao Hai carrying a large suitcase out of the car. Our daughter's back, shall we go downstairs together? At this moment, Chen Mobai became somewhat nervous and asked Shi Wanyu beside him. How about I go down first and pave the way for you? Shi Wanyu was also a little flustered. After all, she had to tell her grown-up daughter that her father had come today, and she couldn't predict what would happen next. Did Xiao Hai accept it calmly and happily? She still stubbornly scolded Chen Mobai, calling him a scumbag for not coming to see her and her daughter for so many years. Or perhaps they are at a loss, unsure how to accept the fact that they have a father. All right then, I'll wait for you upstairs and come down when the situation is better. Chen Mobai also felt that directly telling Xiao Hai, I am your father, would be too shocking. He suggested that Shi Wanyu, as the mother, should test the waters first. Mom, I'm home, where were you? At that moment, a girl's energetic voice came from the flower shop on the 1st floor. I'm tidying up your room on the 3rd floor. Shi Wanyu immediately responded loudly, then straightened her clothes, and after confirming that everything was all right, hurriedly went down the stairs. Just as the mother and daughter met, Chen Mobai immediately teleported outside, choosing a spot where he could see inside the flower shop and observe them. At the same time, the voice of the empty valley function was activated, making it seem as if one were personally listening to Shi Wanyu and her daughter talking. Your father is coming today too. Mom, what did you say? Shi Xiaohe, who was about to carry her suitcase upstairs, was stunned when she heard what Shi Wanyu said. She turned around stiffly, hardly believing her ears. Shi Wanyu, I said, your father is coming today too, would you like to meet him? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai felt that Shi Wanyu really lacked tact. She spoke directly without any preamble. At this moment, All he could do was listen with rapid breathing, wanting to hear Xiao Hai's reaction. "I still have a dad." Her words made Chen Mobai feel a little uneasy. "I'm right here." "Where is he?" "I'm going to kill that heartless man. How dare he come here? He abandoned my daughter and me all these years. Now he thinks I've made something of myself, so he's come to claim kinship." "Mom, don't be afraid. This kind of scumbag isn't worth it. Just think of yourself as a widow, and I'll think of myself as a single-parent family. Since you dared to abandon you and your unborn child, you are obviously a heartless and ungrateful scumbag. Just pretend you're dead. If he dares to come to my door today, I'll risk losing this civil service job just to make him." Xiaohei's reaction was more intense than Chen Mobai and Shi Wanyu had anticipated. He was somewhat incoherent on the stairs and even summoned the Tei-5 smoke luo, showing that he was truly furious. After hearing this, Chen Mobai looked hesitant. "What should I do if my daughter doesn't recognize me as her father?" Since he couldn't ask for help online, he could only send a telepathic message to Shi Wanyu and grit his teeth to prepare to show himself. "Stick your neck out or you'll get stabbed." Anyway, Shi Xiaohei is just a Foundation establishment cultivator. Even if he has the Tei-5 smoke luo, he has a way to subdue him. But to everyone's surprise, Shi Wanyu immediately shook her head and also told Chen Mobai through telepathy that her daughter usually had a good personality. But when her temper flared up, no one could control her. She insisted on going to the dance academy, and Yu Huiping had no choice but to go. He's giving up a promising future in Wangwu Cave Heaven just to come to this small place, Yumu City, to be with her. Now, seeing her daughter dancing and excited, Shi Wanyu knew that Chen Mobai's appearance would only make things more uncontrollable. She feared that Shi Xiaohei, in his extreme anger, would directly attack Chen Mobai with the Tei-5 smoke silk. "It's all right, my daughter can't beat me, and Tei-Wanyu listens to me." Chen Mobai, however, was not worried at all. He expressed his thoughts, believing that even if Shi Xiaohei lost his temper, he, as the father, could instantly suppress him with his extraordinary cultivation and establish his position as the father in the family. But Shi Wanyu tried her best to stop it. The father and daughter got into a fight on their first meeting. If word got out, they would become the laughingstock of the neighborhood. Moreover, as a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall, Chen Mobai is a highly regarded golden core cultivator in the immortal sects. If people were to find out that he has such a grown, illegitimate daughter and has abandoned her for so many years, his public image would probably collapse. If his character has such a huge stain, he will find it very difficult to sit in the top positions of the three main halls of the immortal sect again. Chen Mobai felt wronged. It wasn't him who started the relationship and then abandoned the victim. He was the one who was wronged. Just then, Shi Wanyu's pleading voice transmission sounded again, telling another story. Because she gave birth out of wedlock, her parents are ashamed and are getting old. They are now spending the rest of their lives in an orphanage. If this matter were to reach their ears, they would probably be furious. "Once my daughter has calmed down, I'll tell her what happened, and then I'll let you know to come over." Shi Wanyu's words left Chen Mobai feeling somewhat helpless. But at that moment, Xiaohai suddenly shook off Shi Wanyu's hand, and without even taking his suitcase, ran straight out of the flower shop. Chen Mobai clearly saw that when she ran out, there was still a trace of tears in the corner of her eyes. Shi Wanyu immediately chased after her out of worry, but her chi-refining cultivation was no match for her Foundation establishment daughter. Soon, the girl disappeared from sight. "I'm following you, so don't worry." Chen Mobai's telepathic message reached Shi Wanyu's ears, relieving her initial anxiety. At this moment, she also felt a little annoyed with herself for not explaining things clearly sooner. Although Shi Xiaohei was somewhat confused, he still remembered the basic laws and did not fly in the city. Using her newly acquired skill of swift movement, she quickly shook off Shi Wanyu and wandered aimlessly towards the sparsely populated outskirts of the city. Before long, she arrived at a meadow with towering trees. These things are everywhere in Yumu City. The vegetation is fresh and clean, making it a great place to retire. Chen Mobai had originally planned to bring his parents here when they got old. However, neither Chen Xinglin nor Tang Pankui wanted to leave, so the trip never materialized. The girl didn't know where she had arrived. She was simply channeling her spiritual power and releasing it. Chen Mobai followed behind, planning to personally confront her and acknowledge her once she had calmed down a bit. Although the birth of this daughter was not his original intention, the overwhelming joy he felt after confirming it made him know that this was the continuation of his bloodline. He loves this daughter. And what's that ahead? Just then, Chen Mobai suddenly felt that the scenery around him was somewhat familiar. Seeing that Shiziohe was about to step into a forbidden area, his expression changed slightly. He didn't wait any longer and immediately revealed himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 744 Call Me Dad, 7K. Chapter 744 Call Me Dad, 7K. Shiziohe had no idea where he had ended up. She suddenly felt a beam of light appear before her eyes, followed by a surge of elastic energy that began to push her forward, preventing her from moving ahead. Is this private property? She stopped somewhat unexpectedly, realizing that she had clearly entered a domain with restrictive formations. She hesitated for a moment, about to leave. Suddenly, two beams of light appeared out of thin air, followed by two cultivators in military uniforms who stepped out from within the formation and floated towards her expressionlessly. Shiziohe felt an unprecedented chilling aura wash over her. Her brows furrowed slightly, realizing she might have trespassed into a military base. She suppressed the urge to unleash the Tei-5 smoke luo and surrendered without resistance. On the immortal sect side, all cultivators know that you can question law enforcement cultivators, or even curse officials in the street. But when you encounter military cultivators, it's best to do whatever they tell you to do. Shiziohe was locked up by two Foundation establishment cultivators from the military, who placed a restriction on her spiritual power. She knew that with her background, as long as she didn't cause any trouble and cleared up the misunderstanding, she should be able to leave. I am a clerk at the Yumacheng Forestry Bureau. So she immediately introduced herself, letting the military know that she was also part of the system, and that even if they wanted to deal with her, they would have to notify the official immortal sect in Yumu City. In that case, her message from here might be able to get out. She wasn't relying on the official channels of Yumu City, but rather on Wangxian Peak. However, to keep a low profile, she hadn't included this information in her application, and there was no way for Yumu City to directly contact Wangxian Peak. Shiziohe was thinking that the official immortal sect of Yumu City would notify his mother, and Shi Wanyu had Yu Huoping's contact information. But after waiting for 2 days, she found that after the military interrogated her about some basic information, they took no further action. If it weren't for the female officers who brought her food and clothing every day in the small, dark room, she would have thought she had been forgotten. At this moment, Shiziohe, who had never experienced anything like this before, was filled with fear. She was a little scared. She wondered if she would be locked up here for the rest of her life. How come there is military territory within Yumu City? Shiziohe also asked the military cultivator, who interrogated her if she could let her family know she was safe, but the other party refused on the grounds of military secrecy. She asked how long she would be detained, and the answer she received was that she would have to wait for further instructions. Shiziohe then asked, where does above refer to? But this was not answered. On the 5th day, Shiziohe began to worry that Shi Wanyu might be going crazy with anxiety since he hadn't returned for so long. She also began to complain about the inefficiency of the Yumu city government. She, a new administrative staff member who was supposed to report for duty, failed to do so on time. Didn't they even try to investigate? With such low efficiency, once we get out, I'll definitely have Uncle Chen give us a good scolding and a proper talking to. Just as Shiziohe was thinking this, in the rooftop office where she was being held, Chen Mobai was sitting on the sofa, and a middle-aged man in military uniform poured freshly brewed tea into his cup. Associate Chen, according to the rules, if there is no conclusive evidence to prove the suspect's guilt after 7 days of detention, We must release him." The middle-aged man, named Miao Wanliang, reminded Chen Mobai with a wry smile. "This is a prison set up by the Zhengfa Hall to hold prisoners. King Nu's former master, Gu Changfeng, was imprisoned here. Although this prison is located within the territory of Yumu City, it is actually not under the jurisdiction of the Yumu City government. It is directly managed by military cultivators dispatched by the Zhengfa Hall." However, Miao Wanliang had to give face to Chen Mobai, a golden core cultivator with a powerful background. After all, according to Miao Wanliang's reliable information, this nascent soul talent in front of him was personally recruited by the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall. As long as he is willing to leave the mountain and join the Righteous Law Hall, he will probably start as a major general. So, as long as Chen Mobai asked him to do something for him, he would definitely be willing, provided it didn't violate the rules. Having this favor might prove very useful in the future when war breaks out. When Chen Mobai saw Shizuohe walk over, he initially wanted to stop her, but then he suddenly realized that Shizuohe was currently in an unstable emotional state. He wondered if he could use this place to lock her up for a few days and let her calm down. Once she calms down, he can step in to bail her out and improve his public image. "Well, it's about time. Then I'll trouble Battalion Commander Miao to cooperate with my performance." Chen Mobai calculated that 5 days should be enough for his daughter to calm down, so he nodded and drank the cup of tea on the table in one gulp. This is also the tea he brought. It's a second-grade premium tea, but it's only available in the immortal sects. He had asked Wenren Zuwei for all the tea seeds she had collected, and had Zhu Ming plant them in the tea garden of Xiaonan Mountain to cultivate them. He planned to rely on the abundant resources of the Tian realm to nurture them, and then integrate them with the Enlightenment tea. Among these are second-tier spiritual teas. He himself looks down on these low-grade ones, but they are top-notch gifts for the immortal sects. The foundation establishment cultivators here feel they are living a luxury by drinking top-grade first-level spiritual tea. Chen Mobai asked Miao Wanliang for help, and he delivered a whole pound of it, which made Miao Wanliang almost hesitant to accept it because it was just too much. However, Chen Mobai said that if it was too much, it could be distributed to the other soldiers stationed here. With that said, Miao Wanliang naturally accepted it. That's why he's even more motivated to get things done. Shizuohe was worried in the dark room. She had never encountered such a situation before, and her heart was filled with increasing fear and anxiety. And just then the door opened. Dim light shone in from outside, and Shizuohe thought it was food being delivered, so he just looked up slightly. But soon she realized something was wrong. A gentle spiritual energy descended upon her, and the restriction sealing her cultivation was broken. "Miss Shi, someone has come to protect you. You can leave now." Upon hearing this, Shizuohe's previously blank expression instantly came to life, as he listened to the words spoken by the tall, aloof female cultivator in dark green military uniform. Are they officials from Yumu City, or people from Wangu Cave Heaven? Shizuohe felt the restraints disappear, got up from the chair, stretched his limbs, and asked the question somewhat anxiously. "It's someone from the Dance Weapon Academy. That person personally came to explain to our battalion commander, and was willing to guarantee that you would not leak the secrets here, so the battalion commander asked me to let you go." Upon hearing this, Shizuohe looked puzzled. From the Dance Academy. She never expected that the people who came to her rescue would be from her alma mater. Who is it? But immediately, Shizuohe thought of the Dance Weapon Academy, the person with the highest status and greatest influence in this area. She was quickly led to the reception room. The sight of Chen Mobai's familiar, imposing figure made her feel an urge to cry. "Uncle Chen." If it weren't for Miao Wanliang being by Chen Mobai's side, Shizuohe would have loved to throw herself into his arms and have a good cry. "Associate Chen, I'm entrusting the person to you. It's only because you came here personally to vouch for him that I'll release him. Otherwise, I would definitely wait until the Hall of Righteous Law sends someone over to investigate thoroughly before releasing him." Miao Wanliang's words prompted Chen Mobai to express his gratitude. After shaking hands, Miao Wanliang personally drove the father and daughter away. "Thank you very much, Battalion Commander Miao." At the camp entrance, after Chen Mobai finished speaking, he led Shizaihe out of the range of the Great Formation. Upon exiting the office buildings, the guards, the weapons on the huge open space, and so on all disappeared, clearly hidden by the Great Formation. "Uncle Chen, I'm sorry to have troubled you this time." After coming out, Shizaihe immediately apologized to Chen Mobai repeatedly. "How did you end up here? This is a secret base directly under the jurisdiction of the Hall of Righteous Law. Even I don't have the authority to manage it." Chen Mobai frowned and spoke in a pretentious manner. "I had a fight with my mother, and in a fit of unhappiness I ran away, and I never expected to end up here." It's hard to say whether Shizaihe's mental state collapsed because he suddenly had a father. "You can't do this again. If I hadn't remembered to visit your home after finishing my business at Ching Sang Academy and learned from your mother that you had been missing for 5 days, you would probably have suffered for a few more days." Chen Mobai's slightly reproachful words made Shizaihe even more embarrassed. She lowered her head and nodded gently. "Let me take you home first. Your mother is very worried about you." This is the truth. After Shizaihe ran away from the flower shop, Shi Wanyu was extremely worried, not to mention for 5 consecutive days. If Chen Mobai hadn't vouched for her, saying there wouldn't be any problems, Shi Wanyu probably would have called the police long ago. "Uncle Chen, could you please not tell my mother about this?" Shizaihe hesitated for a moment before speaking and made a small request. "Why? If she knew I trespassed on a military base and was detained for so long, she'd be incredibly worried. I'll tell her I spent 5 days getting away and clearing my head. Please." Shizaihe clasped her hands together in front of Chen Mobai, her delicate little face pleading pitifully. "All right then." This suited Chen Mobai's wishes perfectly, but on the surface he reluctantly agreed. "Uncle Chen, you're so kind to me. I wish my dad were like you." Upon hearing this, Shizaihe went from tears to laughter and said something that made Chen Mobai's lips twitch. "I am your father." At the entrance of Fuxia Flower Shop, after dropping Shizaihe off, Chen Mobai decided not to go in and let the mother and daughter talk things out first. "Uncle Chen, come in. I really want to thank you. I've honed my culinary skills back in the sea, so I'll cook you a delicious meal today." However, Shizaihe very politely invited Chen Mobai, as she was able to leave the military thanks to Chen Mobai's guarantee. In her view, she had only met Chen Mobai a few times, and the fact that he was willing to go to the military to bail her out was an enormous favor. "I must express my sincere gratitude." Chen Mobai couldn't refuse her, so he had no choice but to enter the flower shop. When Shi Wanyu saw the father and daughter enter, she froze on the spot, her face filled with disbelief. "Mom, I just wanted to go out for a few days to clear my head. Why did you have to trouble Counselor Chen to come and find me?" As soon as Shizaihe entered the room, he used the excuse he had prepared. Shi Wanyu looked completely bewildered after hearing this. Chen Mobai immediately told her telepathically that there was no need to investigate further, and that she should just cooperate with her daughter. Hearing this, Shi Wanyu, though unaware of the truth, was happy to see her daughter return with her father, so she continued along with Shizaihe's words. "Mom, you chat with Uncle for a while. I'm going out to buy some groceries." Seeing that he had managed to get away with being detained for 5 days, Shizaihe breathed a sigh of relief. To avoid being exposed, he immediately prepared to go out and asked Shi Wanyu to help entertain Chen Mobai. "I need to go to the government service hall to take care of some things. Just call me when it's time for lunch." Chen Mobai, however, felt that it would be better for Shi Wanyu to explain things to her daughter as soon as possible. So after leaving those words, it flashed with silver light and disappeared from the spot. This is walking through the void. Seeing this, Shizaihe was shocked. This is a spatial technique that only nascent soul cultivators can master within the immortal sects. I never expected that Uncle Chen, who was only at the core formation stage, had already mastered it. as expected of someone with the talent to create a realm at the foundation establishment stage. My daughter, let me tell you about what happened when I was pregnant with you. Actually, your father was also a victim. As Chen Mobai left, he gave Shi Wanyu a wink. Seeing that Shi Ziohe was about to go out to buy groceries, he immediately started talking about the past. Sure enough, Shi Ziohe was drawn to this sentence. She thought for a moment, deciding to go grocery shopping a little later so as not to affect the cooking skills she had honed in the sea. She turned around, her gaze intense, and frowned as she stared directly at Shi Wanyu. She couldn't understand why her father could be considered a victim. But soon, as Shi Wanyu explained the details of how she drugged and tricked him into giving her sperm, Shi Ziohe's eyes widened as he stared at his mother in disbelief. This. After Shi Wanyu finished speaking, her cheeks flushed. She felt guilty every time she thought about what happened back then, so she had kept it buried in her heart for so many years. Now that Chen Mobai has come to her door, willing to forgive and forget, and even acknowledge Shi Ziohe as his daughter, she feels it's time for her to stand up and admit her mistakes. Mom, you're not lying to me, are you? Are you covering for that scumbag again? Shi Ziohe was unwilling to admit that the fact that he hadn't had a father for so many years was actually his mother's fault. My child, when have I ever lied to you? If you don't believe me, I can even swear on it. At this point, no matter how unwilling Shi Ziohe was, he had no choice but to accept the fact that his father was the victim. Then, how did he suddenly find out? Shi Ziohe remembered that Shi Wanyu had said that her father had come to their door, and he hesitated before asking. He met you and felt a sense of familiarity with you. He is also a prominent figure in the immortal sect, so it was easy for him to find me through you. I then told him everything. He is willing to accept you as his daughter. Have you seen me before? Who are you? Shi Ziohe asked in surprise, but she quickly thought of Chen Mobai who had just left, and her eyes widened in shock. Could it be? Night. After Chen Mobai finished dealing with Yu Macheng, and Shi Ziohe's overdue reporting to the Forestry Bureau, he received a message from Shi Ziohe saying that dinner was ready. Soon, he used the underworld array to arrive at the entrance of the flower shop. He stepped into the shop amidst the crisp sound of wind chimes. Shi Wanyu was waiting for him inside. Chen Mobai exchanged glances with her, but Shi Wanyu didn't know her daughter's current attitude. She only knew that she was cooking. The kitchen was on the second floor. Chen Mobai followed Shi Wanyu upstairs. Shi Ziohe, who had just taken off his apron, saw him and his expression was a little strange, but he still politely invited him to sit down. It tastes very good. Chen Mobai casually picked up a piece of fish. Didn't really taste anything, but he just praised it anyway. Just as Shi Wanyu was about to speak, Shi Ziohe opened a bottle of wine and filled Chen Mobai's glass. Can you forgive your mother? Chen Mobai was taken aback when he heard this. Did Wanyu explain it to you clearly? Shi Ziohe nodded, then downed a glass of wine, mustered his courage, looked directly at Chen Mobai and expressed his thoughts. My birth was a mistake made by my mother. As the most brilliant and dazzling genius of the immortal sect, and the person most likely to become a god in 1,000 years, you should not have an illegitimate daughter like me. If you can forgive your mother, I can disappear without a trace and will never let your brilliant life have any stain. After hearing this, Chen Mobai fell silent. Hearing her daughter's words, Shi Wanyu couldn't help but wipe away her tears, but she dared not cry out loud, lest it affect the communication between the father and daughter. Chen Mobai drank the wine his daughter had poured in one gulp, and then spoke. My daughter is my most precious treasure, and she will never be a stain on my life. The opinions of the world are nothing but illusions to me. Even if millions of people praise or criticize me, it will not cause my Dao heart to waver in the slightest. I'll do what I want. All I want now is to hear you call me Dad. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, both Shi Wanyu and her daughter had bright eyes, captivated by his domineering yet reassuring aura, their faces filled with emotion. Dad, then it's Mom's fault. Shi Ziohe couldn't help but call him Dad right away, but he still wanted to resolve the long-standing grudge between his mother and father. After that incident, I was very indignant, but so many years have passed, and I have let it go. Besides, she raised you and gave you all the family love you had in all the years I was gone. She is a good mother. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Shi Wanyu broke down in tears. In the prime of her youth, she made a huge mistake in a moment of emotional turmoil, a mistake that has haunted her for decades, and today she has finally received Chen Mobai's personal forgiveness. Moreover, the scene of the father and daughter recognizing each other was also the scene she had dreamed of for decades. All my beautiful dreams have come true today. This made Shi Wanyu feel that she was the happiest person in the world. The cold shoulders and suffering endured over the past few decades were all for this moment. Dad! At this moment, Shizuohei rushed into Chen Mobai's arms and shouted loudly. And more than once, the tone of his voice as he called out Dad grew higher and higher, even becoming somewhat hoarse, as if he wanted to shout out all the Dad words he hadn't uttered in decades tonight. If it weren't for the building's built-in soundproofing, all the neighbors would probably have heard Shizuohei shouting Dad. Chen Mobai's body was a little stiff. He wasn't quite used to being so intimate with women. However, thinking that the girl in his arms was his daughter, he could only gently pat the back of her head with the softest touch. Seeing this, Shi Wanyu was overjoyed. All right, you'll have plenty of time to call me Dad from now on. The food's getting cold and there's still so much left to eat. Your dad's been working so hard these past few days looking for you. Let him have a good meal. Seeing Chen Mobai's somewhat stiff movements, Shi Wanyu also felt that her daughter had vented her emotions enough, so she told the father and daughter to separate. After hearing this, Shizuohei felt a little embarrassed and let go of Chen Mobai's embrace, sitting down in his seat with a flushed face. Dad, have some of this lettuce. It's one of my specialties. And this too, purple flour beef soup. This is delicious too. At the dinner table, the dishes in Chen Mobai's bowl kept piling up, soon forming a tall heap. He smiled slightly at this, picked up his chopsticks and ate them all. To be honest, the taste was just average. But with every bite, he praised it, as if it were the most delicious food in the world. Upon hearing this, Shizuohei narrowed his eyes, his joy evident. Today is her happiest day. When she was little, she wished she had a strong and supportive father, but every time she asked her mother would avoid the topic. Over time, after watching many TV dramas, she came to see her father as a scumbag who had started a relationship with his wife and abandoned his daughter. After she grew up, she assumed her father was dead. But in the Taoist Academy, every time I heard my roommates talking to their fathers on the phone, complaining, nagging, and pouring out their hearts, I felt an indescribable loneliness and envy welling up inside me. If only she had a father. At that time, she no longer demanded that her father be a pillar of strength. She just wanted him to be a normal, ordinary, kind, and gentle father. During her 10 years of study in the sea, surrounded by sea creatures and spirits, she longed for this even more. It was at that time that she realized she wasn't so strong after all. She longed to be surrounded by family affection. So after finishing her studies and obtaining the heavenly pure water, she returned to the immortal sect and resolutely gave up the civil servant position in Wangwu Cave Heaven arranged by Yu Huiping, deciding to return to Yumu City in her hometown to accompany her mother for the rest of her life. When she made this decision, she never expected that she would also be able to find her father. Moreover, this father was the most perfect male cultivator in her eyes. My mom is really something. If she had explained things clearly earlier, I definitely wouldn't have thrown a tantrum. For some reason, Shizuohei gave Shi Wanyu a somewhat resentful look. What's wrong? Shi Wanyu was somewhat puzzled. Mom, if you had told me about Dad's identity earlier, I might have been calling him Dad in his arms decades ago back in Wufeng Mountain. Upon hearing Shizuohei's words, Chen Mobai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Huh, you two, father and daughter, actually met so early on. Shi Wanyu was unaware of this matter, so Shizuohei immediately told her about the few times he had met Chen Mobai before this. At this moment, Chen Mobai suddenly recalled the scene when he met Shizuohe at Wufeng Immortal Mountain, and something seemed a bit strange. It seemed that Zhongli Tianyu, who was traveling with her, had been deliberately lured away. It was probably because they knew she was there that they arranged for her and her father to meet. It's highly likely to be Yu Huoping from Wangxian Peak, since she appeared immediately when Xiao Hai's 9 yin meridians flared up later. But since they've already made the arrangements, why not just reveal their identities? Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel resentful towards Yu Huoping, who delayed his chance to enjoy family life for decades. "Mom, you sit and keep Dad company for a while. I'll tidy up." In the warm and harmonious atmosphere of the family of 3, the dinner ended before they knew it. Shiwanyu got up as usual to clean up, but Shizuohe immediately called her back. In fact, cultivators have spells, so they can clean up very quickly. However, since her daughter wanted to fulfill her filial duty, Shiwanyu let her have her way. "It's getting late, so I'll be going now." After finishing the meal, Chen Mobai thought about how his daughter had been forced to calm down in the dark room for 5 days, and how her mood had fluctuated so much today, so she must be exhausted. He then said goodbye and wanted his daughter to get some rest. "Dad, are you leaving? Isn't this your home, or do you still not forgive Mom?" But to everyone's surprise, Shizuohe's eyes suddenly reddened, and he spoke with a slight sob. "Since I said it, it definitely counts." Chen Mobai wanted to explain, but seeing that his daughter seemed about to cry, he could only sigh. "Then I'll stay tonight. There should be a spare room, right?" He said that last sentence to Shiwanyu, who shook her head awkwardly after hearing it. "Then I'll make do with the sofa downstairs for the night." "This won't do." But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the mother and daughter in unison. "Why don't you sleep in your daughter's room tonight, and she can stay with me?" Shiwanyu shared an idea, but Shizuohe immediately shook his head and refused. "I have trouble sleeping in certain beds, and I need to meditate for a long time tonight so I can feel at ease and enter a meditative state in my own room." After she finished speaking, Chen Mobai and Shiwanyu finally understood what she meant. The two exchanged a glance, and the beautiful young woman's fair cheeks suddenly turned bright red. Chen Mobai even saw that her snow-white neck and delicate collarbone were also flushed, clearly indicating that she was extremely shy. "I'm going to rest now. Good night, Mom and Dad." Seeing that the atmosphere between his parents seemed to have reached a certain point, Shizuohe immediately waved to them and quickly ran towards his attic room. When only the two of them were left, Chen Mobai became somewhat restless. But the beautiful young woman in front of her was even more uneasy and hesitant. End of this chapter. Chapter 745, Ancestor of Star Piercing. Chapter 745, Ancestor of Star Piercing. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Chen Mobai, who was sitting in a chair by the window, opened his eyes. Although her daughter's intention to matchmake them was very obvious last night, there was actually no affection between Chen Mobai and Shiwanyu. If it weren't for their daughter, the relationship between Chen Mobai and her would have ended completely on graduation day. So last night he let Shiwanyu rest as usual, while he himself cultivated by the window all night. Because there was only the most ordinary first-level spiritual energy here, which would be gone in 2 breaths for Chen Mobai, and he couldn't very well take out spirit stones to cultivate in front of Shiwanyu, he meditated on the Phoenix Rising Sun diagram. Since breaking through to the second level of this divine sense technique, the Phoenix Phantom in the Purple Mansion Sea of Consciousness has become more solid, and its unfolded feathers are even more lifelike. Between the flapping wings, a rich and pure auspicious aura rose, making Chen Mobai's spirit exceptionally clear and lucid. Reaching the level of quality of food will grant him a constitution that makes him immune to all poisons. It also means that as long as he doesn't overexert his spiritual energy, he will always be in a state of peak mental vitality. After mastering the second level, he meditated on the third level. This floor is called Yin Yu Ye. This is also a characteristic he is very much looking forward to. Unlike the passive ability of food quality, this is an ability that can be actively controlled, used to assist Chen Mobai in cultivating and absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Originally, cultivators needed to cultivate in spiritual veins, absorb the corresponding spiritual energy that matched their cultivation method, and then slowly refine it into the spiritual power they needed. The most time-consuming part of this process is identifying the spiritual energy. For example, when Chen Mobai broke through to the Dangxia mountain using the blood spirit pill, his foundation was insufficient, and he absorbed some different types of spiritual energy that the pure Yang scroll did not need, which caused his spiritual power to become somewhat mottled. Fortunately, he possessed the lamplighting technique. After daily practice, he purified his spiritual energy in his spare time, taking nearly 2 years to eliminate this hidden danger. However, if he masters the drinking etiquette, then he will no longer need to worry about this issue. In the world, only the spiritual energy and other energies that he needs will be absorbed into his body and refined by him. Food should be of high quality and drink should be prepared in a proper manner. These are two characteristics of the phoenix that, when combined, can bring out their greatest benefits. Only by mastering proper drinking etiquette and the passive ability to be immune to all poisons through nutritious food can one truly unleash its full potential. Moreover, this ability can help others to the greatest extent possible, in addition to benefiting oneself. For example, if Chen Mobai wanted his daughter to comprehend the power of the void, he would have to place her in an environment rich in the power of the void, and according to his own method, he would directly smash her with a void stone. But even if it's just to support his daughter, he couldn't possibly offer such resources to the immortal sect. If he masters the yin yu yi, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, he can directly absorb the power of the void between heaven and earth to cultivate. In this way, the power of the void around him will be extremely dense. If Shiziohe stays in this environment for a long time, he will eventually comprehend and feel the existence of the power of the void. Of course, to achieve this, the longevity cult's great technique, the sound of the empty valley, is also key. Because if a cultivator cannot sense the spiritual energy or other energies they desire, then the yin yu yi ritual cannot function properly. Even if the cultivators of the phoenix facing the sun diagram throughout the ages have reached the 3rd level, without the echo of the valley, they can at most manipulate the 5 elements of spiritual energy. When faced with forces like the power of the void that one cannot sense, one can only watch helplessly. However, according to Chen Mobai's estimation, the phoenix rising sun diagram could only break through again when the spiritual consciousness realm reached the 9th level of the golden core stage. For the other cultivators in the immortal sect, this was already very fast. Chen Mobai wasn't in a hurry. Now he takes any pills, such as the golden crow holding the sun pill, without any side effects. In the heavenly river realm, he also plans to collect those pills that can improve the cultivation of core formation cultivators, and refine and consume them himself, striving to raise his pure Yang scroll realm to the peak of core formation in the shortest possible time. Unfortunately, these elixirs cannot be bought in the eastern wilderness. In the Dongyi region, even a single bottle or two that occasionally appears will fetch an astronomical price at auction, making them extremely rare. Such elixirs can probably only be purchased in the eastern lands, the core of the eastern continent. Chen Mobai was already thinking about forming a 5-element sect chamber of commerce to travel through the 6 regions of the eastern lands, helping him to purchase and collect the precious resources he needed, while also gathering intelligence on the various territories of the eastern continent. If the merchant guild is to leave the eastern wilderness and open up markets in other territories, the leading cultivator must be among the top in the 5-element sect in terms of both cultivation and ability. He should at least be a core formation cultivator. Unfortunately, there is no such person among the core formation cultivators of the 5-element sect. As for the core formation cultivators of the other 4 lineages of the 5 elements, they shouldn't even think about it. It's estimated that even if Chen Mobai gave the order, they wouldn't be willing to leave the eastern wilderness and give up their supreme status to help him expand the market. Among the wood veins, Fu Zhangju would be a suitable candidate, but Chen Mobai thought about it and was still too embarrassed to speak up. And he, as the sect leader, and Zhou Shenking, as the pillar of stability, will definitely not leave the eastern wilderness. So the only one left is Yin Qingmei, who has just formed her core. But she has a heavenly spiritual root, and even in the eastern land, she is a genius that people would fight over. And most importantly, her ability to handle affairs is average. Over the years, she has been protected too well. If she were sent out to do business, given the customs of the Tian realm, she would probably be devoured by bad guys from outside. After much deliberation, Chen Mobai decided to send Luo Zuer out after the monster tide in Yunming subsided. She could take Liu Wenbai with her when she left. In the future, after Luo Yixuan completes her core formation, she can return to prepare for it, and then this third disciple can take over. If Yue Zhudao could achieve the golden core stage, that would be wonderful. Chen Mobai was very satisfied with his abilities and temperament. If he were to go out and take charge of a region to develop a market, he would definitely be able to maintain stability. Just as he was pondering how the five-element sect would expand outwards after unifying the eastern wilderness, footsteps came from outside the door. A soft knock sounded on the door, and a moment later Shi Wanyu, wearing an apron, walked in. Breakfast is ready. She also didn't sleep well all night, and got up to prepare breakfast as soon as the first rays of sunlight rose. Chen Mobai naturally heard the noise, but there was an awkwardness between them, so they closed their eyes and pretended not to know. "And where's our daughter? Should we call her?" Chen Mobai stood up from the chair, walked to the dining room outside the room, and asked a question. "It's still early, let her rest a little longer." Chen Mobai nodded in agreement with Shi Wanyu's words. It was only a little past 5 in the morning. Moreover, he had already spoken to the Forestry Bureau and gotten the director to approve a leave slip for Shiziohe, so he could rest until he was ready to report for duty. Chen Mobai had just sat down when he noticed Shi Wanyu standing, so he immediately reached out and beckoned her to come over as well. "Let's eat together." After listening, Shi Wanyu nodded gently. Should we change our daughter's name?" She had just sat down when she said something that made Chen Mobai pause in surprise. The name Zio Hai was clearly chosen by Shi Wanyu to commemorate Chen Mobai. After all, Mobai is black. Now that Chen Mobai has come to their door and the father and daughter have recognized each other, according to the rules, the daughter should change back to the father's surname. Moreover, the name Zio Hai doesn't sound very girly. So Shi Wanyu's idea was to have Chen Mobai give Zio Hai a new name when he was recognized by his ancestors. She's an adult now, let her make her own decisions. Although Chen Mobai also hoped that his daughter would take his surname, he would not force her to. Shi Wanyu was slightly disappointed upon hearing this, but still nodded. When the two were halfway through their meal, they heard the sound of a door opening upstairs, and a spirited young girl came down the stairs with a thud. "Good morning, Mom and Dad." Shiziohe landed in front of Chen Mobai, her long black hair reaching her waist, swaying as she descended the stairs. Today she wore a formal work outfit, a light white shirt with a full chest and a slightly open collar that showed off her beautiful neckline, and a well-tailored dark suit jacket that accentuated her perfect waistline. Below that was a short skirt in the same dark color as the suit jacket, the length of which just covered her thighs, revealing a pair of slender, straight, and powerful long legs. Her snow-white skin had a layer of radiant glow, and she was wearing a thin layer of flesh-colored stockings, paired with a pair of black high heels. With the confident smile on her face, Chen Mobai almost thought he had traveled through time and seen Shi Wanyu in her younger days. "Why are you up so early?" When Shi Wanyu saw her, she asked with some surprise, and at the same time got up and went to the kitchen to take out the still-warm breakfast. "I've been late for work for several days, so I'm going to report for duty today." As Shiziohe spoke, he placed the small bag he was holding on the table, and his beautiful eyes kept looking at his parents, as if he was observing something. "I already put in a good word for you with Zhu Xiang yesterday." Chen Mobai mentioned that he wanted to take leave. Zio Hai hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should rest for a few more days, but quickly decided that it would be better to report for duty first. Her arrival from Wangwu Cave Heaven had already caused a stir within the Yumu city system. If she were to take a long leave of absence, it would likely draw the attention of many people. If it were the original her, she naturally wouldn't worry about this. But now she's Chen Mobai's daughter. If this were discovered, wouldn't her father, whose reputation had been built on a lifetime of glory, be implicated? There are far too many cases of people being cheated in the immortal sects. So Shizuohe shook her head, indicating that she would report for duty today and work normally at the Forestry Bureau from now on. She also hoped to keep her identity hidden and not let anyone know that she was Chen Mobai's daughter. Your mother and I were just talking about whether or not to change your name. Seeing that Shizuohe had started eating breakfast, Chen Mobai brought up the matter that Wanyu had mentioned. Dad, do you want to change it? I've gotten used to the name Ziohai over the years. Shizuohe expressed his opinion. Then let's change your surname. When you have some free time in a couple of days, bring your household registration book and I'll take you to the law enforcement department to get a new ID card. Chen Mobai immediately made the decision. Dad, it's fine to change the surname, but Mom and I shouldn't be registered on your household register. It will affect your reputation in the immortal sect. But to everyone's surprise, Shizuohe made a worried suggestion after hearing it. This daughter is such a sweet little angel, she's already starting to think about her father. But Chen Mobai said he didn't care about any of that. However, both Shizuohe and Wanyu said that they could not let their existence hinder his bright future. Based on Chen Mobai's resume and background, if he wants to reach the peak of core formation, and his cultivation has reached its limit, he will definitely need to take another step forward in the three great halls if he wants to form the nascent soul stage. In this case, personal conduct becomes very important. If people find out about the existence of an illegitimate daughter, it will definitely be used against me when I run for key positions such as Deputy Temple Master. Chen Mobai knew in his heart that he didn't need the resources of the immortal sects to form his nascent soul. But since both mother and daughter were so considerate of him, he reluctantly agreed. In that case, I'll take you and your daughter back to Dangxia City this weekend to formally meet my parents and acknowledge your ancestry at the Chen family home. Neither Wanyu nor Shizuohe objected to Chen Mobai's statement. Even the mother and daughter were very happy to hear this. Why don't you take your daughter? I won't go. But after careful consideration, Wanyu felt that, when she explained Ziohai's origins to Chen Xinglan and Tang Pankui, she would feel ashamed of her actions. Since I said we'd go together, then we'll go together. Chen Mobai, as the head of the family, frowned slightly and indicated that everything would be done as he said. Upon hearing this, Wanyu was pleasantly surprised and nodded obediently and shyly. If Chen Mobai is going to bring her in, then he must be acknowledging her. Mom and Dad, I'm going to work now. At this moment, Shizuohe quickly finished his breakfast, left a message, grabbed his small bag and strode downstairs. After their daughter left, the atmosphere between the two returned to its previous state of mutual respect. I'm going to prepare some gifts for my aunt and uncle. After tidying up, Wanyu took off her apron and went into her room to change her clothes. Chen Mobai was originally considering something else, but seeing her leave in a hurry, he thought about it and decided not to speak. Weekend. Chen Xinglan was helping out in the kitchen. My son is coming home today, and he said he's bringing 2 guests with him, so I asked them to cook more dishes. Tang Pankui was a little overwhelmed by the task, so she pulled Chen Xinglan, who was practicing her health exercises in the living room, over to lend a hand. Ding dong. The doorbell rang when the food was halfway through cooking. At Tang Pankui's prompting, Chen Xinglan put down what she was holding and walked out of the kitchen. Our son is back and Little Black is here too, and this is. While listening casually to the conversation at the door, Tang Pankui was stirring her spoon in the kitchen. Dad, there's something I've been keeping from you. Ziohai is actually my daughter, which means she's your granddaughter. Clang. Upon hearing those words at the door, Tang Pengqi immediately dropped the iron ladle in her hand, slamming it heavily onto the ground. She immediately rushed out of the kitchen, her eyes wide, staring straight at the family of three in front of the door. Chen Xinglan had the same expression as her face full of disbelief. "Son, you're not joking, are you? I know your mother and I don't have many years left to live. She keeps telling you she wants a granddaughter and you might want to fulfill her wish, but—" As Chen Xinglan spoke, she looked at the beautiful girl next to Chen Mobai, who, compared to her previous confident demeanor, now looked shy and apprehensive. Suddenly, Tang Pengqi pushed her aside from behind. "I knew it. You've been a counselor for so many years and you've never had anyone come to visit us. Turns out you brought your granddaughter over beforehand so we could see what you were up to. You brat, I'm not going to scold you or what, but you kept such a big thing a secret. Why didn't you say so sooner?" Tang Pengqi immediately scolded Chen Mobai, but when she turned to Shiziohe, her face was full of kindness and gentleness. "My dear granddaughter, come here and let grandma take a look. I felt a sense of familiarity with you before, but I was too shy to look at you closely." After hearing this, Shiziohe looked at Chen Mobai and Shiwanyu, then stepped forward and was held by Tang Pengqi, who carefully examined him from head to toe. "As expected of my granddaughter, she's so beautiful." Tang Pengqi looked satisfied and held onto Shiziohe's hands tightly, refusing to let go. "Then this person must be—" After sizing up Shiziohe, Tang Pengqi looked at the beautiful young woman next to Chen Mobai. Shiwanyu had dressed up specially today, making her already outstanding face even more beautiful and charming. The tight-fitting sweater dress accentuated her tall and slender figure, and beneath the dress were a pair of long, beautiful legs encased in transparent black stockings. She also wore a beige trench coat, and the simple yet stylish outfit gave her an intellectual charm. "This is Ziohai's mother." Chen Mobai began the introduction directly, and Shiwanyu, who was initially a little nervous, immediately handed over the 2 boxes of gifts she was carrying. "Hello, uncles and aunts, I am Shiwanyu." Before coming, Chen Mobai had said that she wouldn't need to explain anything. If Chen Xinglan and Tang Pengqi asked any questions that were difficult to answer, he would speak up. Even with Chen Mobai's words, she was still extremely nervous throughout the journey. As I stood at the door, I felt my heart pounding at an unprecedented rate. Good, good, no wonder my granddaughter is so beautiful. She inherited her mother's genes. When Tang Pengqi saw the beautiful Shiwanyu, she didn't ask any other questions and immediately treated her as her daughter-in-law, which made her extremely happy. "Hurry up, what are you still standing at the door for? Come in quickly." Tang Pengqi held Shiziohe's hands tightly, then led her granddaughter inside. Chen Mobai had Shiwanyu follow her in, and finally entered the living room with Chen Xinglan. "Oh dear, I'm still cooking. Please have a seat, it'll be ready soon." As she entered the living room, a slightly burnt smell wafted through the air. Tang Pengqi finally let go of Ziohai's hand and headed towards the kitchen. "Son, you've only brought your granddaughter home now that she's so old. That's your fault." After confirming that Shiziohe was indeed Chen Mobai's daughter, Chen Xinglan gave Chen Mobai a slight scolding, expressing that he felt sorry for the mother and daughter for his actions. Shiwanyu immediately spoke up to explain the reason. Chen Mobai wanted to speak but couldn't stop him. I had already told her that there was no need to explain. However, Shiwanyu felt that this was a mistake she had made, and that she couldn't let Chen Mobai be misunderstood. "I see." After learning about Ziohai's background, Chen Xinglan frowned slightly, but when she saw Chen Mobai beside her, she quickly smiled. "It's all thanks to your initiative. Otherwise, I'm afraid my son would never have left any offspring before we both pass away." Chen Xinglan's words finally eased Shiwanyu's tension. Her eyes reddened slightly, and she lowered her head somewhat embarrassed. "Old Chen is right, but it's not right that you haven't come to acknowledge your granddaughter since she was born. If I had known I had such a lovely and beautiful granddaughter, I would have retired 20 years earlier and moved to Yumu City." At this moment, Tang Pengqi also finished cooking a dish and brought it out. She could hear everything outside from the kitchen, so she also knew the reason for Ziohai's birth. "Auntie, it's all my fault. I feel guilty because I made the mistake back then. Don't say so much. From now on we'll all be a loving family. Come, come, sit down and eat while it's hot. Tang Pankui immediately gestured for Shizuohe to sit down first, and the latter obediently sat down next to her. Dad, the main reason I brought them here today is to let Zio-hai be recognized as part of the family. During the meal, Chen Mobai brought up this matter. Our Chen family's generations are divided according to the purple, gold, blue, and white system, starting from our ancestor Chen Yinzi and ending with you. Another branch of the Chen family in Tai Xuan Cave Heaven, due to its large population, is divided into 4 generations: green, red, orange, and yellow, but we don't need to follow those rules. Chen Xinglan then recounted the origin of the name Chen Mobai had told her when she was a child. In the Chen family, the color representing the generation is placed at the end of the naming convention, and only the middle character can be chosen by the parents. The name Chen Mobai was chosen by Tang Lu, Tang Pankui's father. He hopes that his grandson will be able to live in harmony with the world in the future. Mobai means black. It just so happens that the father and daughter are of the same lineage. Then let's change the surname, but keep the given name. Soon, everyone at the dinner table reached a consensus. From now on, Shizuohe will be Chen Ziohe. However, to protect Chen Mobai's reputation, Chen Ziohe was not registered in the Chen family's household register. Fortunately, changing the name on the immortal sect's side only requires the consent of the adults themselves. When we return to Yumu City, Ziohe can change his surname to Chen himself. And just as their family was enjoying a happy time together, it was a rare occasion for the nascent soul cultivators of the heaven-mending lineage to gather together in the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. On the gathering immortal peak of the star-pulling ancestor, 5 nascent soul cultivators sat respectfully in the open-air plaza, on either the left or right. The 3, namely the Lord of the Immortal Affairs Hall, the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall, and Venerable Yuingsu, are on the left. The headmaster of Taiyuan Academy, Master Kingping, and the headmaster of Guangxing Academy, Master Meihua, were on the right. Besides these 2, there was another cultivator who was not at the nascent soul stage. If Chen Mobai were here, he would find that it was Chen Chun, the successor of the divine strategist's mansion. After graduating, besides going down the mountain to tell fortunes, she cultivated on the 6th-order spiritual vein of Juxian Peak. Before them, a portal opened in the void, seemingly leading to the underworld. However, with the eyesight of 5 nascent soul cultivators, they could easily see the scene behind the portal. Inside was a living room. A short, white-haired boy sat cross-legged on the floor with his back to them, facing a large television screen. He held a remote control in his hands and was operating something. A short while later, a level-based game appeared on the big screen. One of the characters is a very sexy, busty, long-haired woman with a gun, who is controlled by a white-haired boy. She begins to face powerful monsters, strange cyborgs, terrifying ancient machines, and a long-dormant demon god, overcoming each challenge one by one. While the white-haired boy was playing the game, the 5 nascent soul cultivators held their breath, fearing that even a single breath might affect his gameplay. And the only one in the entire immortal sect who could elicit such an attitude from 5 nascent soul cultivators, and Chen Chun, is naturally only one. The divine transformation ancestor, the star-pulling master. This game seemed incredibly difficult. After countless sunrises and sunsets, the white-haired boy, controlling a busty gun-wielding woman, finally sealed away the last awakened cosmic demon, achieving the highest SSS level completion rating without dying even once. Finally finished, I'm exhausted. In the empty living room, the white-haired boy stretched and casually tossed the remote control onto the sofa before getting up from the sofa in front of the huge screen TV. Greetings, ancestor. At this moment, the 6 people outside finally dared to speak, and at the same time bowed and greeted the white-haired boy in the empty living room. Hey, when did you 5 get here? After hearing them speak, Kaingsing turned around, stretched out his right foot and gently stepped forward. In a flash of silver light, he was already in front of the 6 people and asked them with some curiosity. End of this chapter. Chapter 746 Rules, the Fruit of the Tao. Chapter 746 Rules, the Fruit of the Tao. Caixing looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, with short white hair and a slightly childish face. He was dressed in ordinary short-sleeved shirts and shorts, just like a homebody internet addict. However, the 5 nascent soul cultivators from the 5 immortal sects on Juxian Peak all treated him with respect. Ancestor, this year is the year of leadership transition for the immortal sects. One of the monks, a tall and upright man dressed in a wide silver-white robe, answered. He was the master of the Immortal Affairs Palace, an old man with white hair and a youthful face, named Lin Dayaming. Of the 6 people present, he was the only one whose appearance showed signs of old age. His hands were like withered branches, but his voice was like a babbling brook, peaceful and deep. Lin Dayaming has been in charge of the Immortal sect for a full 8 cycles of 60 years. From the very beginning of his reign, he was determined to create a more prosperous immortal sect. Over the years, he has been diligent in his duties, working day and night, always maintaining a clear mind, keen insight and decisive decision-making ability, and controlling all aspects of the immortal sect with his pen in hand. Under his nearly 500 years of rule, social order was well maintained. He also vigorously developed agriculture, handicrafts, commerce, and other fields, resulting in an unprecedented leap forward in the economy of the immortal realm, and the people lived in peace and prosperity. Even the 4 major academies and 10 major academic palaces, under his leadership, relaxed their enrollment restrictions. With the resource subsidies from the immortal sects, these top universities have cultivated a large number of outstanding talents over the years. What they are most proud of is that they have produced 2 nascent soul cultivators, Chen Mobai and Wenren Zhuwei. After Caixing and Baiguang pass away, it is very likely that the 2 of them will become the next generation of immortal deities. Overall, Lin Dayaming's 480 years in charge of the immortal sect are widely recognized as an achievement of outstanding governance. Even compared to the entirety of the immortal sect's history, it can be praised as a period of peace and prosperity, with harmonious governance and a peaceful and prosperous society. If Lin Dayaming retires like this, his great achievements will be forever engraved in the long river of the immortal sect's history, and will be admired and praised by future generations. Oh, does this have anything to do with me? Upon hearing this, Caixing frowned slightly, looking puzzled. The change of leadership in the 3 major halls of the immortal sect and the replacement of the sect's leader may be a momentous event for the 300 million beings of the immortal sect. But it is not so important to a nascent soul ancestor like Caixing. Ancestor, may I now refine the rules? Lin Dayaming hesitated for a moment before expressing his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Caixing's previously lazy gaze suddenly sharpened as she looked at Lin Dayaming, who was sitting in the first seat on the left. Her pupils seemed to transform into a cosmic galaxy, shimmering with a few brilliant starlight rays. This symbolizes the highest level of mastery achieved in calligraphy. Within a small space, an infinite galaxy. About 15 minutes later, the brilliant starry sky in Caixing's eyes disappeared, and he returned to his most ordinary black pupils. He shook his head and said something that filled Lin Dayaming with despair. You can't refine it. Rules are an unconscious fruit of the Tao, accumulated by the immortal sects over thousands of years in educating hundreds of millions of people on earthly star. They are the embodiment of the moral power that governs people to live in peace and prosperity, ensures national stability and order, and maintains respect between elders and juniors. If a cultivator at the nascent soul stage has a strong enough will, they can refine this set of rules and achieve the divine transformation realm. Of the 13 nascent soul cultivators throughout the history of the immortal sect, 2 achieved their Tao by refining the rules. Lin Dayaming has ruled for 480 years. According to the rules of the immortal sect, he can apply to refine the rules and attempt to become a god. But Caixing used the Book of Square Inches to deduce that he could not refine the rules. If the refining fails, the cultivator will completely lose their self-awareness and become part of the rules. In the more than 6,000 years of history of the immortal sect, there have been at least 20 different palace masters who have served as the three great palace masters. But only two succeeded. It's easy to imagine how difficult it was. Lin Dayaming asked the same question 3 times, except for the last time when he calculated a 1.37% success rate using astronomical observation. The other times he simply shook his head, indicating there was no possibility whatsoever. Thank you for your hard work, ancestor. Lin Dayaming sighed and thanked Qian Xing, who waved his hand. Since you're already here, why don't you tell me about the recent events in the immortal sect? I'd like to get a feel for it, lest I really become an old-fashioned relic of the past. Qian Xing reached out and pulled a chair out of the void, sat down, and then asked the group of people from the Patching Heaven lineage in front of him. At the end of this year, the immortal sect will hold a leadership transition. Senior Lin Dayaming will officially retire, and I will be promoted from the Hall Master of the Righteous Law Hall to the Hall Master of the Immortal Affairs Hall. The Hall Master of the Righteous Law Hall will become Shui Xian, while the Hall Master of the Kaiyuan Hall will remain unchanged. After Lin Dayaming finished speaking about his own affairs, it was Ying Guanghua's turn to speak. He briefly explained the changes in positions at this immortal sect re-election conference. In reality, it's mainly about the exchange of interests among the 4 major factions. Since the Patching Heaven lineage has been in charge of the immortal sects for so long as they balance the interests, they can smoothly transition the leadership. Okay, let's do it the way you've agreed. After listening, Qian Xing had no objection. He was too lazy to deal with government affairs. If it weren't for the fact that the resources for nascent soul formation needed to be obtained from the 3 great halls, he wouldn't have even bothered to take the civil service exam. After the master of the Righteous Dharma Hall, it was Master Yuangsu's turn. He simply mentioned the 2 things he was currently in charge of. The 2 great secret techniques are Usra Dharma form and flower blooming in an instant. In the virtual simulation, all the progress has been completed. All that's left is to find people in the real world to put it into practice. I remember when the flowers bloomed. Wasn't it Chengshuan from the Dance Weapon Academy who tried it himself? Qian Xing had an impression of the forbidden technique of the ancient lineage in front of the gate. Flowers bloom in an instant. After all, it was something he had recently taken the time to put aside his game and leave Juxian Peak to handle personally. Yes, but the results are not yet out. Moreover, Chengshuan chose the fire spirit tree. When the flower blooms, different kinds of spiritual plants can be tried. For example, since Senior Lin Dayaming's cultivation method is earth attribute, the Qingshuan Dao pine in Qingcheng Cave Heaven would be more suitable. Yuan Su answered, which could be considered an exchange between him and Lin Dayaming before they went up the mountain. Qingshuan Daesong. Upon hearing this, Qian Xing's eyes once again transformed into a dazzling galaxy, but after a short while, he shook his head. At most, he can only experience some of the mysteries of the nascent soul stage, but he won't be able to truly and completely cultivate the primordial spirit, so we won't waste this precious 4th-grade high-quality spiritual plant. Upon hearing this, Yuan Su could only give Lin Dayaming a helpless expression. Next up are Master Kingping and Master Meihua. However, these were just some accumulated doubts about cultivation. Taking this opportunity, they asked Qian Xing for guidance, and the latter answered them one by one. Afterwards, he looked at Kingping Shangren with some surprise. You've reached the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Not bad, not bad. If you can break through to the 7th level, I'll help you deduce whether you can refine the rules. Upon hearing this, Master Kingping immediately bowed deeply to Qian Xing in gratitude. When he helped Chen Mobai and his group open the boundary gate last time, it was here that he broke through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Now, 34 years later, he has broken through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage and is even about to reach the bottleneck of the 6th level. This speed is not considered fast in the immortal sects, but it is not considered slow either. In theory, Only the three hall masters are qualified to refine the rules fruit of the Tao. However, as long as Master Kingpin can break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, then given the power of the patching heaven lineage, it would be an easy matter to arrange for him to become one of the three hall masters. The next question is whether or not one can cultivate to the point of reaching the perfect nascent soul stage. Of the 5 people present, Yuan Su was the most likely to refine the rules. When Qian Xing had just formed his nascent soul, he used the square-inch book and the heavenly calculation beads to deduce the rules, and his success rate in refining them reached an astonishing 13.78%. However, Yuan Su felt that the chances were too low and did not want to gamble on the possibility, because failing to refine would result in the complete loss of self, so he still wanted to rely on himself to become a god. Furthermore, once one follows the rules of refinement, one will be bound by the laws of the immortal sect and will not be able to do anything that violates them. Therefore, Yuan Su has already explicitly refused. Kaingsing followed his lead. Every disciple goes through a rebellious phase. When they get old and have no hope of becoming a deity, they will naturally come up the mountain to beg him. After finishing recounting the stories of the 5 nascent soul cultivators, Kaingsing stood up from his chair, ready to go back to playing his game. Ancestor, I am not willing to grow old and decay like this in this life. I want to make one last gamble. But at this moment, Lin Dayaming spoke up and said something that silenced everyone. How do you intend to fight? By practicing forbidden techniques. After hearing this, Kaingsing gave a half-smile and said something that made Lin Dayaming tremble slightly. Please grant permission, Ancestor, to release the divine song. This is a path to nascent soul in the immortal sect, but unfortunately, to this day, no cultivator who has mastered the mysterious sound technique has reached the nascent soul stage, which has prevented the divine song from being performed for so long. However, during Lin Dayaming's reign, he had already gathered 3 core formation cultivators using the mysterious sound technique. If these 3 are sacrificed, it might be possible to play the divine melody. The divine song of shock is not as effective for you as the flower in an instant. Keeping that group of people around might allow one of them to reach the nascent soul stage in the future and truly play the complete divine song of shock. So I disagree. Kaingsing refused without even looking up. Without nascent soul cultivators, if the divine song were to be played, it would not only require the sacrifice of the 3 core formation cultivators, but also the foundation establishment cultivators who had accumulated over 100 years. It's impossible to make such a risky deal, risking everything, just for Lin Dayaming's chance to reach the nascent soul stage. Yes, Ancestor. Kaingsing is a man of his word. If he disagrees, he will not change his mind. Lin Dayaming could only suppress the bitterness in his heart, and decided to transform himself into a god and do one last thing. Then please allow me to leave the immortal sect, Ancestor. Upon hearing this, Kaingsing narrowed his eyes, gave Lin Dayaming a deep look, and after a long while took out a jade token and tossed it to him. From now on, you will no longer be a disciple of my heaven-mending lineage. Thank you for your mercy, Ancestor. After retrieving his identity jade token, Lin Dayaming felt an indescribable feeling welling up inside him. It was like a sense of liberation, but also like jumping from land into the sea, going from being grounded to gradually sinking into the ocean. Is this truly the way to leave the light and embrace darkness? As Lin Dayaming was thinking this, he looked up and found that Kaingsing was no longer there. The 4 people, including the Lord of the Righteous Dharma Hall, stood together and called out to him one last time, Senior, before descending the mountain together. From this day forward, they will be strangers. Lin Dayaming looked around and found that Chen Chun was still there. He nodded slightly to her. Master is waiting for you. Just as Lin Dayaming was about to go down the mountain, Chen Chun suddenly called out to him. Lin Dayaming was slightly taken aback, then his face lit up with surprise, and he followed Chen Chun to see Kaingsing again. I know you're colluding with the dragon tiger ancestor of the Ascension sect, but after you go there, keep an eye on someone for me. In the virtual living room, Kaixing was playing a game when he said something to Lin Dayaming, whom Chen Chun had brought in, without turning his head. The latter trembled. After listening to Kaixing's instructions, Lin Dayaming left Juxian Peak with a heavy heart. After Chen Chun escorted him down the mountain, he returned to the mountain. Master, according to fate, Lin Dayaming has no hope of reaching the nascent soul stage. Why should we let him leave the immortal sect? Chen Chun was a little confused, so after Qian Xing finished a game, he took the opportunity to ask a question. Fate is unpredictable. Your cultivation is not yet sufficient, so you can only be limited to him as a person. Just like I once thought that Yu Beiguang could not reach the nascent soul stage, but she still cleaved her own fate with a sword, and her primordial spirit was placed in the sword. Upon hearing this, Chen Chun wanted to refute it, arguing that the white light ancestor was an exception. However, this special case does indeed prove that there is a problem with the fortune-telling techniques of their divine calculation bureau. Master, why did the white light ancestor leave behind a fragment of his spirit to reincarnate? Just then, the conversation turned to Bai Guang, and Chen Chun asked a question that he had never been able to figure out. Bai Guang broke through to the nascent soul stage later than Qian Xing. Even Qian Xing had not yet reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Every day, he was devouring sixth-order spiritual energy and condensing the heaven-mending immortal light in order to reach a realm above the nascent soul stage. Logically speaking, Bai Guang should have focused all his attention on cultivating his fundamental realm on the only sixth-order spiritual vein of the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain, instead of wasting time by diverting his attention to reincarnation. That's because she saw the threads wrapped around her sword. Although her sword had cleaved her own destiny and housed her primordial spirit, it had not yet severed the karmic ties of Yu Beiguang in the mortal world. Kaixing said something that made Chen Chun think deeply, but this was already the highest realm of the Divine Calculation Bureau's fortune-telling techniques, and with her current mere core formation cultivation, she simply couldn't comprehend it. She wanted to ask again, but Kaixing waved her hand impatiently, telling her to leave quickly. He has started another game and is ready to fight with all his might. Chen Chun could only bow and leave the void realm of the star-pulling realm. No one knows that this is the star-piercing sword that once cut a star in two. Chen Mobai spent 2 days in Dangxia City with Shi Wanyu and her daughter. Because my daughter has to go to work on Monday. Upon returning to Yumu City, he received an email from the Kaiyuan Hall Rotation Committee inviting him to attend the year-end Immortal Sect re-election conference. As a counselor of the Immortal Sect, this is his power and duty. I'm having writer's block today because I'm about to unveil the grand scheme of the Immortal Sects, and it's proving a bit difficult to write. By the way, I'd like to recommend Dog Brothers' new book, The Taoist Master Wants to Ascend. We came up with the title together, and I also helped discuss and participate in some of the setting. This is the new book I'm most looking forward to this year. End of this chapter. Chapter 747, Breaking Down Barriers, 9K. Chapter 747, Breaking Down Barriers, 9K. After receiving the email from Kaiyuan Palace, Chen Mobai gained the authority to travel to Wangwu Cave. On the Immortal Sect side, there are still quite a few restrictions on these official Golden Core cultivators. However, the corresponding benefits are also quite good. At least in Dangxia City, Chen Mobai receives free resources from the Immortal Sect, such as 4th-grade high-quality spiritual veins and spiritual rice. Half an hour after he received the email, Qi Yucheng called him. The master and disciple mainly discussed the leadership transition within the Immortal Sects. Because the dance weapon lineage is currently considered weak among the upper echelons of the Immortal Sect, these matters have little to do with them. This leadership transition in the Immortal Sects is mainly about the power transfer between Bushan and Kun Peng. Among the 3 palace masters, Lin Dayaming, who came from the lineage of Mending the Heavens, is missing, while Shui Xian, who has a background of Kun Peng and the sea, has been added. In the last few centuries, the Wuqi Daiyuan and Jumeng Daiyuan have basically been playing a minor role. This is all thanks to the White Light Ancestor. Otherwise, the Patching Heaven and Kunpeng lineages would have already devoured most of their interests in the three great halls. Let them build tall buildings and perform on stage. Our two lineages just need to wait. Once you and Wenren have formed your nascent souls, we will exert our efforts to push you to the positions of the three great hall masters. At that time, the power of this immortal sect will once again fall into the hands of our two lineages. On the phone, Qi Yucheng's words were calm yet full of confidence. In summary, it all boils down to this. If we can't compete now, we should be patient. The future is bright for us. Before Chen Mobai appeared out of nowhere, the two factions relied on Wenren Zuwei, who had mastered the everlasting spring skill. After Chen Mobai, a nascent soul cultivator with an astonishing compatibility with the pure Yang scroll appeared. Their Wookiee lineage was overjoyed. After all, Wenren Zuwei belonged to Jumeng, not to his own people. Moreover, due to the characteristics of the everlasting spring skill, she had no intention of entering officialdom before reaching the nascent soul stage, and this is why she has not yet taken the civil service exam to enter the Kaiyuan Hall. For this upcoming leadership transition in the immortal sect, you should go to Wangwu Cave in advance. Uncle Wang will introduce you to some people. These are the foundation of our Wookiee lineage, and they will all be handed over to you in the future. Chen Mobai was quite tempted by Qi Yucheng's words. After all, becoming the master of the immortal sect had been his ideal since childhood. However, he still felt that it would be better to cultivate connections with the immortal sects after he had reached the nascent soul stage. Teacher, Senior Wang is in his prime, and I am a dull person who only knows how to cultivate, and I am not good at socializing. Chen Mobai has ideals, but he is also a very realistic person. For him, the most useful thing among the three main halls of the immortal sect was the three spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation. However, in the Heavenly River realm, he could collect resources for the infant nourishing pill under the name of the Five Elements sect, and he could also form the Five Elements Merchant Guild to go to the Eastern Land to see if he could use the connections of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect to purchase the infant condensation pill, or even the Three Lights Divine Water. With his primordial true Qi already showing promise, he basically doesn't need to exert any effort from the immortal sect regarding resources for nascent soul formation. Therefore, I'm not very interested in things like building connections. This change of leadership in the immortal sects is also the time to distribute resources. At that time, Uncle Wang will be able to obtain a nascent soul pill. He entered the Kaiyuan Hall for this purpose. Now that he has achieved his goal, he plans to retire and prepare for nascent soul formation. If he steps down, our lineage will need to elect a new representative in the three main halls. Among all the Golden Core cultivators, you are the most qualified. If you don't take the position, our lineage will likely have a fierce internal struggle over it. Now, only if you step out of seclusion and take over the Tao Academy's connections in the three main halls will everyone have no objections. Qi Yucheng explained the main purpose of his call today, and Chen Mobai felt a headache after hearing it. Sometimes being too outstanding is a downside. In the Immortal Sect's Dance Weapon Academy lineage, apart from him, the other Golden Core cultivators are all about the same, and none of them are willing to admit defeat to the others. Only Chen Mobai could be the one to take over, and that would be the one that everyone wanted. Qi Yucheng has already said this much, and if he were to refuse again, he would be letting down the Wookiee Tao Academy's cultivation over the years. Especially now that Master Chengxuan is in seclusion to test the fleeting moment of enlightenment, it is even more necessary for him to step forward. Therefore, Chen Mobai could only nod in agreement. After you arrive at Wangwu Grotto, keep in touch with Jumeng Academy. Our two lineages have been allies for thousands of years. At least until the Bushan and Kunpeng lineages go down, we will always be allies. Qi Yucheng was satisfied, but then gave a very subtle reminder at the end. Chen Mobai understood what he meant. Now, because of the power of Bushan and Kunpeng, Wookiee and Jumeng have always supported each other. However, if Chen Mobai and Wenren Zuwei, both of whom are at the nascent soul stage, grow up and take control of the immortal sects, There is a high probability that a power struggle will occur between Wuqi and Jumeng, given the principle that two tigers cannot share one mountain. Just like the current situation with patting the sky and Kunpeng. But because patting the sky has the help of the star-pulling technique, it has always been steadily suppressing Kunpeng. The reason why Narcissus was able to rise to power this time is because she has the influence of the Spirit Lord. When Ying Guanghua, the master of the Zhengfa Hall, was studying in the sea, he laid an unparalleled foundation with the pure water of the heavens, so this can also be considered as repaying a favor. After this leadership reshuffle, the power of the Bushan and Kunpeng lineages is now roughly equal. It is estimated that there will be some competition and conflict in the future for higher-level resources. However, Chen Mobai had already considered the possibility of avoiding this situation. He doesn't value the resources offered by the immortal sects. He can simply retire when the time comes. Moreover, Wenren Zuwei has mastered the everlasting spring technique and possesses a sixth-tier immortal plant, the Great Tune Tree, giving her unlimited opportunities for trial and error. She probably wouldn't compete with him for such a small amount of resources from the immortal sect. If these two leaders exercise restraint towards each other, internal strife can be avoided in the future. However, these matters still need to be discussed with Wenren Zuwei in person. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai gave her a call. "Okay, I'm going there too. I'll treat you to tea when you get to Wangwu Cave." Wenren Zuwei was incredibly intelligent. Chen Mobai only gave a hint, but she already understood the meaning behind it and invited him with a smile. After Chen Mobai hung up the phone, the sound of footsteps echoed as his daughter came downstairs, wearing her previous suit and black skirt, to have dinner and prepare for work. When you're working, it's best to wear something more formal. Change into long pants after you finish eating. Chen Mobai had just recognized his daughter, so it was a bit awkward to talk about it. Now that the family is getting along well, he felt it was necessary to mention it as the head of the family. After hearing this, Chen Ziohe puffed out his cheeks while eating breakfast, but finally reluctantly said, "Oh. Dad, I heard you on the phone upstairs. Are you going to Wangwu Grotto Heaven?" After changing into a pair of dark trousers that matched his suit, Chen Ziohe saw that he still had some time and couldn't help but ask. "That's right. The immortal sect will be changing leadership at the end of the year, and then committee member Wang Shui will be preparing to step down. The Dao Academy is dwindling in talent, and only I can fill the gap. That's why my teacher called me and asked me to go to the capital as soon as possible to take over the power of our lineage." Chen Ziohe was also a graduate of the Dance Weapon Academy, and as his daughter, with the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain behind her, she would definitely be a big figure in their lineage in the future. Therefore, Chen Mobai did not intend to hide these things from her. Following his maternal grandfather's educational methods, he began to instill in her all aspects of being an official. In this way, once his daughter reaches the core formation stage, he can retire early and hand over the Wuqi Dao Academy lineage to her. "Dad, could you please visit Wangxian Peak while you're there? I came in a hurry this time and forgot to bring some things with me." Chen Ziohe explained his purpose, and Chen Mobai nodded in agreement. He also planned to visit Zhongli Tianyu at Wufeng Immortal Mountain. "I wonder if I'll be able to meet the White Light Ancestor when I go to Wangxian Peak." "Dad, this is Grandma's phone number. Just contact her when you want to go. I'll tell her in advance." After saying that, Chen Ziohe called Yu Huiping in front of Chen Mobai and told her about it. The latter said that she only needed to inform her before coming. "I'm going to work now. Goodbye, Mom and Dad." Watching his daughter run downstairs, Chen Mobai couldn't help but reveal a smile that he himself didn't even realize was on his face. After the family of three finished breakfast, Shi Wanyu began to tidy up. "On the Immortal Sect Network, I can reserve one of the 3 treasures for Foundation Establishment every month. If you want to try Foundation Establishment, I can prepare one for you." When Chen Mobai saw Shi Wanyu, he spoke up about what he had wanted to say earlier. With her talent and Chen Mobai's support, she will definitely be able to form her core in the future. If Shi Wanyu were to die young, leaving only her father, her daughter would be heartbroken. Therefore, Chen Mobai wanted to help Shi Wanyu as much as he could to see if he could help her achieve foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, Shi Wanyu, who was tidying up, couldn't help but tremble. She looked up and met Chen Mobai's earnest gaze, and couldn't help but show her gratitude, but in the end she still shook her head and refused. My talent is average, and I've long passed the age of 60. Even if I consume the complete 3 treasures for foundation establishment, the chances of success are not high. I'd better give up. Shi Wanyu clearly had a very clear understanding of herself, and did not believe that she could successfully establish her foundation at this age. My daughter has never had a father's love since she was little. Now that the 3 of us are finally together, I don't want to be left with just the 2 of us in a few decades. I will still prepare the 3 treasures for your foundation building. You should think about it carefully. Chen Mobai shared his thoughts. In fact, he knew that the chances of Shi Wanyu successfully establishing her foundation were extremely low, just like his father Chen Xinglan had been. However, he still tried his best to prepare for her. After all, for him, the monthly reservation privileges of a golden core cultivator were basically wasted. Being able to prepare the foundation establishment, 3 treasures for Shi Wanyu, was a way to make the best use of them. After hearing this, Shi Wanyu lowered her head and responded. Night. After the family of 3 finished their meal, Chen Mobai coughed softly. Dad, what's wrong? Chen Ziohe was picking his teeth when he saw this, and couldn't help but ask a question. Since I have some free time today, let me give you some pointers on your cultivation. Back in the Heavenly River realm, Chen Mobai was known for his tendency to be a teacher, and now that he has his own daughter, it goes without saying that he should try to comprehend the Tao and form a core, given her talent. After all, she is essentially a female version of the primordial ancestor. If one could condense a golden elixir, without relying on the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill, just like his father, it would be a remarkable story in the immortal sects in the future. To achieve this, Chen Mobai crammed on the 5 elements technique, and while still in the state of Fangkunchu, watched Master Kingping's lecture videos again. Considering that the 5 elements technique is merely the most basic cultivation method of the immortal sects, and only a handful of people have cultivated it to the foundation establishment stage, Chen Mobai can now even say that he is the 2nd most skilled expert in the 5 elements technique after Master Kingping. However, little did anyone know that Chen Ziohe's understanding of the 5 elements technique was no less than his. Upon asking, I learned that when she was young, Master Kingping had been invited by Yu Huoping to give her private lessons at Wangxian Peak. The 2 even exchanged contact information. Whenever Chen Ziohe had any questions about cultivating the 5 elements technique, she could consult Master Kingping at any time, and the latter would usually give her a reply as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai broke out in a sweat. Even if he were to use his cheat code, his understanding of the 5 elements technique could not possibly match that of Master Kingping. But looking at his daughter's expectant eyes, he could only recall his own knowledge base and see how to teach her properly. In the end, he thought of the 5 elements sect's supreme divine power, the primordial Tao fruit. This was left by the true lord of 1 yuan. Most importantly, it can only be cultivated on the basis of the unity of the 5 elements, which is a perfect match for this 5 elements technique. However, Chen Mobai was still somewhat worried. After all, one was a basic cultivation technique of the immortal sect, and the other was an ascension secret method of the Heavenly River realm. He wondered if the method deduced from his knowledge by all living beings in the world would be useful. When I was a child, I was a playful person by nature. It wasn't until my senior year of high school that I realized I couldn't continue like that, so I started to study hard and eventually got into the Taoist Academy. Before entering the Tao Academy, I practiced this 5 elements technique. At that time, I had a thought. What would happen if the 5 elements of spiritual power were cultivated separately and then eventually merged into one? After I formed my core, I remembered this idea from when I was a child. During my daily cultivation, I began to try to test this with the square-inch book, and I actually figured it out. As he spoke, Chen Mobai raised his right hand, and the brilliantly colored Hunyuan True Qi shone from his palm. In Chen Ziohei's wide eyes, it transformed into a radiant sphere, its colorful light flashing like a constantly rotating colorful lantern. "Dad, what kind of magic is this?" Chen Ziohei asked with some surprise. At this moment, she had not yet realized the power of the primordial chaos True Qi. "I call it primordial True Qi." Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, then gave the primordial True Qi a new name in the immortal sect, but still named it after the one Yuan True Lord, since it was created by his predecessors. "Dad, besides looking good, what other use does this Yuan Qi have?" Chen Ziohei's words almost made Chen Mobai choke. How could the top-level secret technique of the Heavenly River realm only be good-looking? "You cast a spell on me." Chen Mobai's words made Chen Ziohei hesitate for a moment, and then he carefully used a water sword technique. Suddenly, the invisible water in the room condensed into a sword, but it did not have a sharp edge. Instead, it was like a long, thin column of water that rushed towards Chen Mobai. He raised the primordial chaos True Qi in his palm, which blocked the water sword technique, and transformed it into a ball of the purest water spiritual energy. Huh! Chen Ziohei's eyes widened instantly upon seeing this scene. Chen Mobai gestured for him to continue, using the 5 elements spell. Because she cultivates the 5 elements technique, she can use all 5 elements magic. Before long, one after another of the 5 elements spells, under the primordial chaos True Qi in Chen Mobai's palm, transformed into clusters of pure 5 elements spiritual energy. "Dad, teach me, I want to learn this." As the top graduate of the Dance Weapon Academy, Chen Ziohei possessed exceptional talent and intelligence, and immediately recognized the power of this Yuan True Qi. Once she masters this, all the 5 element spells will be useless to her. "It took me decades to finally master this Yuan Qi. Today I'm passing it on to you, but you must remember not to be greedy or rush things." Chen Mobai regained face in front of his daughter and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Remembering that when Zhou Yi taught him this technique, he stipulated that it could only be taught to people of the 5 elements and 5 meridians, he made Chen Ziohei become his disciple. Become an apprentice. Although Chen Ziohei was somewhat surprised, since Chen Mobai had said so, he didn't think much of it and directly performed the traditional master's salute of the immortal sects. This method is still in its infancy and not yet fully developed. You may practice it yourself, but you must not pass it on to others without my permission. When Chen Mobai imparted the Hunyuan Dao fruit, he solemnly gave Chen Ziohei a word of advice. Chen Ziohei immediately nodded, his mind completely captivated by the Hunyuan Dao fruit. "Dad, this seems a bit difficult to cultivate." After trying it, Chen Ziohei looked troubled. She now possesses the heavenly water spiritual root. According to the cultivation method of primordial True Qi, she needs to cultivate the water element to its extreme before proceeding with the 5 elements in the order of mutual generation, eventually unifying the 5 elements into one. However, Chen Mobai felt that with her 5 elements technique, she could use another method, which was to cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously. When you cultivate, try to cultivate spiritual power that is balanced in the 5 elements, and then transform this spiritual power into primordial True Qi. You may not be able to do it at the foundation establishment stage because of your low cultivation level, but as long as you persist in cultivation, you will eventually succeed. This was a method that Fang Kun Shu derived, by combining the knowledge of the immortal sects after Chen Mobai had previously crowned all living beings in the world with the Hunyuan Dao fruit. Because the spiritual power cultivated by the 5 elements technique in the immortal sects is adapted to the attributes of the 5 elements spiritual roots. In theory, cultivators of the immortal sects can use the art of spiritual roots to cultivate their 5 elemental spiritual roots to be exactly the same. The situation where all 5 elements of innate spiritual roots are 20 is probably even rarer than the situation of a heavenly spiritual root, but you can find a pseudo-spiritual root with 4 attributes everywhere. Pseudo-spiritual root cultivators take the highest value of their 5 elemental spiritual roots as the standard and cultivate the spiritual root techniques of the other 4 elements. Because they only need to improve their spiritual roots by a single digit, they may even complete this step before reaching the foundation establishment stage. For example, a cultivator whose 5 elements each have a point of 30, if he cultivates the 5 elements technique, will achieve the most balanced spiritual power among the 5 elements. According to the theory of Hunyuan Daegyo, this is the most perfect state of cultivating the 5 elements simultaneously. The spiritual power cultivated can be easily transformed into primordial true qi. However, to transform spiritual energy into true qi, one needs at least the cultivation level of the late core formation stage. Therefore, although Chen Mobai passed on the Hunyuan Dao fruit to Chen Ziohe, he did not expect her to be able to cultivate it in the foundation establishment stage. First, lay the foundation so that she knows the concept. When she achieves great mastery of Hunyuan true qi and forms her nascent soul, we can find a way to transfer a complete 1 yuan true qi into her as a Dao seed. Originally, Chen Mobai did not plan to teach her so quickly, but since he had already taken the plunge, he had no choice but to give her the Hunyuan Dao fruit ahead of time in order not to hurt himself. Dad, I'll give it a try. After listening to the cultivation method of the primordial Dao fruit, Chen Ziohe was filled with interest and wanted to try it on the spot. For her, the difficulty was to cultivate spiritual power with a balance of the 5 elements. When the 5 elements of spiritual roots are unbalanced, she needs to control the intake of spiritual energy, which is a great test of her consciousness and will. But since she still has several decades before obtaining the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, she can use this time after reaching the foundation establishment stage to try cultivating it. While she was trying to cultivate, Chen Mobai was also watching over her attentively to prevent any mishaps in her refining of the 5 elements of spiritual energy. Soon, Chen Ziohe cultivated what he believed to be a balanced spiritual power of the 5 elements, but after Chen Mobai checked it, he found it was far from perfect. He directly used his primordial chaos true qi to neutralize the spiritual energy, making Chen Ziohe do it all over again. Shi Wanyu, whose cultivation level was low, was unaware of the power of this 1 yuan true qi. But seeing the father and daughter teaching diligently and learning earnestly, a happy smile appeared on her face. For her, this was the most blissful moment. All right, that's enough for today. I'll continue guiding your cultivation tomorrow. Chen Mobai neutralized the unsuitable 5 elements spiritual power that his daughter had cultivated. Seeing that it was getting late, he told her to go upstairs and rest. Okay, Dad, you and Mom should get some rest too. Chen Ziohe wiped the sweat from her forehead. In order to precisely control the balance of the 5 elements of spiritual energy she was refining, she had consumed a lot of her spiritual energy and was indeed a little tired. After she went upstairs, only Chen Mobai and Shi Wanyu remained on the 2nd floor. Over time, the two of them have gotten used to each other's presence. At first, Shi Wanyu would sleep fully clothed, but now she naturally goes to the bathroom to wash up and change into her pajamas before coming out. Chen Mobai decided to continue consolidating his realm. After meditating on the phoenix rising to the sun painting every day, he began to use the burning lamp technique to condense his pure yang spiritual power. In this way, the golden core level he had forcibly broken through to using pure yang purple qi was quickly consolidated. The golden core in his dantian and sea of qi shrank slightly after being purified by the burning lamp technique, but it became even more dazzling. This means that the foundation is already solid, and there is no need for further refinement. Overjoyed, Chen Mobai opened his eyes. Little did they know that they would see Shi Wanyu coming out of the bathroom. She had just finished showering. Her long hair was still wet and hung slightly over her shoulders. Her snow-white skin had a fresh, radiant glow, as if it had been gently brushed by the moisture, making it appear even more delicate and smooth. The soft nightgown clung gently to her skin, its loose fit unable to conceal her beautiful curves, slender waist, upright upper body, and long, bare, snow-white legs, all contributing to her even more graceful and perfect figure after maturing. When she came out, she had a relaxed and carefree air about her, and her smile was bright and gentle, which made Chen Mobai feel warm and comfortable. At this moment, Shi Wanyu also saw Chen Mobai looking at her through the window. She couldn't help but widen her eyes, raise her right hand, exclaim in surprise, and gently cover her delicate, luscious lips. Previously, after entering the room, Chen Mobai would usually close his eyes and meditate until dawn. I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation, so today's session ended a little early. Chen Mobai explained his reasons, and Shi Wanyu nodded gently after listening. A sudden silence fell between the two. After a few breaths, Shi Wanyu bit her moist lips, her fair face suddenly flushed, and asked, "Then, shall we get some rest together early?" After hearing this, Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment. He wanted to refuse, but seeing Shi Wanyu's nervous and trembling appearance, he sighed and nodded. "You go to bed first, I'll go take a shower too." Upon hearing his words, Shi Wanyu's rosy cheeks suddenly glowed, her eyes brightened, and she nodded shyly. Chen Mobai hadn't taken a bath in a long time. After entering the bathroom, he couldn't help but thump his forehead. He was a little confused as to why he had nodded just now. Perhaps it had been too long since he had done that kind of thing, and he couldn't bear to refuse Shi Wanyu. After thinking of several reasons, Chen Mobai quickly finished showering, absorbing the water droplets on his body into a water ball, put it into the sink, and then walked out of the bathroom. The room lights had been changed to a warm, pale yellow. Chen Mobai saw that Shi Wanyu had already crawled into bed. However, since cultivators were no longer afraid of the cold or heat, the blanket was just a thin sheet, allowing him to see her mature, feminine figure more clearly. Chen Mobai didn't know when he got into bed. He gently lifted the blanket and saw Shi Wanyu, who was lying on her side, trembling slightly, wearing a light black nightgown. The nightgown covered most of her figure, but her plump, rounded legs were clearly visible to him. At this moment, Shi Wanyu actually turned around. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were shy yet bright, like stars in the dim light. "Turn off the lights." She blushed slightly as she spoke, and Chen Mobai nodded gently. Soon, the room was completely plunged into darkness. The next morning, Chen Ziohe went downstairs as usual, only to find that Chen Mobai was making breakfast. "Your mother isn't feeling well, so I've told her to rest." At first, Chen Ziohe didn't understand what Chen Mobai was saying. It wasn't until she left home that she suddenly remembered that although her mother's cultivation level wasn't high, she was still at the 9th level of qi refining and had always been healthy. Although the mother and daughter didn't spend much time together, she had never seen Shi Wanyu sick. Could it be that she has contracted some serious illness? Worried, Chen Ziohe decided to go back and find out the truth. But soon she realized something, listened intently at the entrance of the flower shop for a while, blushed, and turned away somewhat embarrassedly. When Ziohe returned in the evening, he saw that Shi Wanyu's face was rosy and she looked well-nourished, and he was secretly pleased. After the parents broke down their barriers, the family became even warmer and sweeter for Chen Ziohe. Chen Mobai also took a rare moment to relax. Following Qi Yucheng's instructions, he contacted Wang Shui and obtained information from him about the officials of the 3 main halls, and even all the blessed lands and grotto heavens, who belonged to the lineage of the Wuqi Dao Academy. Wang Shui had prepared this list for him a long time ago. Chen Mobai contacted everyone from top to bottom, starting with Golden Core cultivators. Fortunately, his name is known worldwide, and when people call him, they are always very polite to him. Chen Mobai didn't discuss anything too deep with them. They simply got to know each other and agreed to meet again at Wangwu Cave Heaven when the immortal sects changed leadership at the end of the year. At this point, almost everyone understood what it meant, and they all agreed that they would definitely come. Time passed slowly. That morning, Chen Mobai woke up, released the trembling, voluptuous young woman in his arms, and booked a plane ticket to Wangwu Cave. He had to leave a day early because he needed to transfer in Dangxia City. Both mother and daughter were naturally reluctant to part. but she also knew that her husband was destined for great things, so she could only watch him leave. To be honest, Chen Mobai almost succumbed to this gentle embrace. In this three-story building, he experienced unprecedented satisfaction, warmth, joy, and happiness. This feeling of being completely filled, both physically and mentally, made him feel that it would be wonderful if his life could continue like this forever. If it weren't for Uncle Wang calling to urge him, he really wouldn't have gone to Wanggu Cave so early. Inside the VIP waiting room of Yumu City, Chen Mobai was closing his eyes to recall the wonderful moments of this time when suddenly he frowned and opened his eyes. He looked towards the doorway, where a black flying insect, invisible to the naked eye, was flying towards him. This is a mechanical puppet insect. With Chen Mobai's skill as a third-tier puppeteer of the immortal sect, he knew at first glance that he was incapable of creating such a tiny and intricate puppet insect. With Chen Mobai's cultivation level, he easily captured the puppet insect. However, he knew that the puppet's master had deliberately let him discover it. The puppet worm contained a message, which Chen Mobai quickly deciphered after connecting it to his heavenly calculation bead. The above records a place name. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai's pupils constricted involuntarily. That place is. Throughout Yumu City, there are two places that Chen Mobai has never allowed himself to set foot in or delve into, because they contain very deep waters. One of them is the cell that Miao Wanliang used to guard, but it has been broken because of Chen Ziohe. The remaining one was the experimental base used by Qingnu, and the others when they were children for the immortal seed cultivation project. Although Lan Haitian said that the area had been dealt with by the relevant departments, and there would be no more clues. But Chen Mobai always felt that there were still many secrets hidden there. And now, the place recorded on this puppet worm is that very spot. Chen Mobai thought for a long time and considered ignoring it. But from this puppet insect, he guessed who had invited him. Among the immortal sects, besides Qi Yucheng, the only person whose puppetry skills surpassed his was the mysterious middle-aged puppeteer he encountered at Jadayuan. It was his reminder that made Chen Mobai realize that Shi Qing was the reincarnation of the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master's body reincarnation. That person is almost certainly the legendary Master Zinji. Chen Mobai thought that after the puppet self-destructed last time, he had completely disappeared from Yumu City. I never expected there would be a backup plan. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mobai finally decided to get up and go see him. After all, he needed to ensure that there was no force in this place that could threaten his daughter. Lost in thought, he got up and went into the restroom, then used the underworld array to leave the waiting room. After a series of teleportations, he approached the experimental base of the sealed-off immortal sprout cultivation project. However, Chen Mobai was a cautious person by nature. He did not enter in his real body, but instead used a formless puppet to go to the appointment in his place. As Lan Haitian had said, the experimental base was already completely empty. All the equipment and tools inside had been moved out, leaving only open, square rooms stacked one on top of the other against a wall, with no windows but only doors like prison cells. Chen Mobai's formless puppet used its detection function to check all the enclosed and hidden spaces inside, confirming that there was no one there. Just as he was about to leave, an old-fashioned LCD screen embedded in the wall suddenly lit up when powered on. Counselor Chen is being a bit too cautious, actually using a puppet to meet us. On the LCD screen, a person with their back to Chen Mobai spoke in a synthesized electronic voice. My name is Yiyuan, just say what you need. I need to catch my train. Facing strangers, Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't admit his identity. This time, he didn't use the formless puppet to simulate his own face, but instead randomly used the face of a cultivator from the heavenly river realm. In that case, we can't continue this discussion. The secret I'm about to tell you is only for Counselor Chen to hear. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai didn't hold back at all and immediately manipulated the Wuxiang puppet to turn around and leave. Just as he was about to fly out of the experimental base, the screen suddenly flickered a few times, as if it were displaying a garbled image. "Hey, wait a minute." Chen Mobai ignored him and quickly flew away. End of this chapter. Chapter 748, The Formation Furnace, 7K. Chapter 748, The Formation Furnace, 7K. Qing Nu is in danger. I hope you can help her. Chen Mobai, who had just flown out of the experimental base, heard this sentence synthesized by an electronic voice on the screen. He involuntarily stopped in midair. Turning my head, I saw that the figure on the old-fashioned LCD screen had also turned around. It was the middle-aged puppet I had seen in the Jeddah courtyard. "Are you really Zenji?" Chen Mobai's question made the puppet man hesitate for a moment, but at this point, there was no need to hide it anymore, so he nodded. "I am Yan Zenji." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded. "So King Nu's surname is Yan. I wonder if she would be willing to add this surname. What danger is Qing Nu in?" Chen Mobai asked again. Among all the immortal sects, he didn't have many friends, but Qing Nu was undoubtedly one of them. If it's about her, he's willing to spend some time here. Lin Daoming will retire after this reshuffle. In order to seize the last opportunity to become a nascent soul cultivator, he has decided to study the ancient forbidden techniques. Qing Nu was the most outstanding Dao seed in the immortal sprout cultivation project that he led. He even refined a wisp of the essence of the ancient treasure fetal transformation furnace into her genes. This wisp of essence will be integrated into Qing Nu at the moment she forms her core. If Lin Daoming were to take Qing Nu's golden core and refine it, and then combine it with ancient forbidden techniques, he might be able to reverse his aging and live a second life. After hearing Yan Zenji's words, Chen Mobai couldn't help but frown. What is a carburizing furnace? This was a term he had never heard of before in the immortal sects. It is said that millions of years ago, there were no humans on the planet Earth. This embryo furnace was a mysterious basin on the Earth, naturally formed and nurtured by nature, containing the wonders of creation. One day, a bolt of lightning fell into it, carrying the secrets of life and merging into a five-colored stone in the basin. Then the first human was born. This embryo transformation furnace is one of the most precious artifacts for creating life on Earth's origin star. In ancient times, cultivators discovered that the success rate of condensing golden cores and forming nascent souls in it could be increased by 30%. Initially, the embryo transformation furnace was a sacred place for ancient cultivators, and anyone who wanted to break through could enter it. But as time went on, a group of cultivators began to seize the embryo transformation furnace and did not allow other cultivators to enter. This incident sparked discontent among all cultivators in the world, which naturally led to a great war. The ultimate victors were the cultivators who had seized the embryo furnace from the beginning, and they called themselves the Divine Sect. When Yan Zenji got to this point, Chen Mobai finally heard a term he recognized. Emperor Shenzong. Isn't this the most powerful lineage among the ancient Taoist traditions? After more than 3,000 years of development on Earth origin star, the immortal sect finally managed to completely wipe out the divine sect, and in the public opinion, branded it as the demon sect. At least when Chen Mobai was young, he had seen many TV dramas where villains would suddenly gain power after receiving the inheritance of the divine sect or the demonic sect. Is the reason why the divine sect is the most powerful lineage among the ancient Taoist traditions, because it has the embryo transformation furnace. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask again, but Yan Zenji on the electronic screen shook his head and continued speaking. The cultivators of the divine sect believe that they have received a revelation from the Earth Mother Goddess. Every time a cultivator enters the embryo furnace, it is drawing on and consuming the essence of the Earth star. Over time, the Earth will slowly disappear and eventually dissipate into the dust of the universe. Therefore, after the Great Battle, the most powerful cultivators in the divine sect joined forces to seal the embryo transformation furnace, prohibiting anyone from using it. When the divine sect was destroyed by the immortal sect, the divine sect used its last strength to shatter the embryo transformation furnace. The 5 ancestors of the immortal sect tried their best, but they could only collect some fragments. Moreover, because of this, a void appeared on the planet, and the essence of the Earth flowed out incessantly, turning the area around the embryo transformation furnace into thousands of miles of yellow sand in a short period of time. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai suddenly frowned, as if he had thought of something. Could the location of the embryo transformation furnace be Jumeng Dao Academy? Yan Xinji nodded in admiration, marveling that Chen Mobai truly deserved to be called the strongest genius of the immortal sects in 1,000 years. He had already grasped the key point as soon as he spoke. When the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect first arrived on Earth Origin Star, they discovered the mystery of the embryo transformation furnace. So they immediately tried to force the divine sect to give it up. The divine sect naturally refused, and a fierce battle ensued, resulting in almost the complete annihilation of the divine sect's upper echelons. However, at that time, since the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect had not yet preached here, many divine sect disciples escaped with their inheritances. Later, due to the destruction of the embryonic furnace, ancestor Changchun planted his own natal spiritual plant, the Great Tune Tree, to seal the voids in the earth and prevent the planet's essence from flowing away. This was a double benefit, allowing the Great Tune Tree to take root directly into the deepest part of the planet and receive the best spiritual nourishment. Afterwards, the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect occupied the Earth Origin Star and began to spread the Great Tao. The Changchun ancestor was responsible for guarding the original location of the embryo transformation furnace, which was also the place where the Great Chun Tree was rooted. He slowly regulated the earth veins of the entire Earth Origin Star, and at the same time pacified the barren land. It was in this way that the Great Chun Tree became a 6th-order tree. The next thing was the conflict between the ancient sects like the divine sect and the immortal sect. However, the immortal sect was ultimately the dominant force. More than 3,000 years ago, after the last 9 elders of the divine sect were killed, this number 1 ancient sect was wiped out. When Lin Daoming was comprehending the Tao and forming his core, he found some fragments of the embryo transformation furnace. He extracted the essence of the embryo transformation from them. I was grieving the death of my daughter at the time, and at his invitation, I took charge of this immortal sprout cultivation project. When Chen Mobai heard this, he was utterly shocked. Although he already knew that the person behind the immortal sprout cultivation project was Lin Daoming, the master of the Immortal Affairs Hall, he still found it hard to believe after learning the truth from Yan Xinji. That's the master of the immortal sect. Since the founding of the immortal sect, he has been one of the most capable individuals. Why doesn't he directly absorb and refine the essence of the embryonic transformation? However, Chen Mobai remained extremely cautious and did not fully trust what Yan Xinji said, continuing to press for the key information. The quality of the embryonic essence is extremely high. It is the original power of the planet, close to the 7th rank. Even a nascent soul cultivator would have to make many preparations and be extremely cautious if he wanted to refine it. Although Lin Daoming is the master of the Immortal Affairs Hall, he is only at the nascent soul stage. So he came up with a method to use the mysterious similarity between the mother's placenta and the embryonic transformation furnace to inject the embryonic essence into the baby's body. After this transformation, once the infant grows up and achieves success in cultivation, he can then seize the essence of the infant's golden core or nascent soul and refine it. But even so, it is an extremely difficult task. After countless experiments, only 3 immortal sprouts successfully fused with the essence of the embryonic transformation. These 3 people are Qing Nu, Kong Feiken, and Yang Jing. That's why they have such a close relationship, just like real siblings. Upon hearing Yan Xinji's explanation, Chen Mobai's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he coldly looked at him on the screen. Since you know this, why did you still use Qing Nu for experiments? After hearing this, Yan Xinji looked ashamed but still explained the reason. Because that's the only way to bring my daughter back to life. Chen Mobai, however, didn't believe it at all, because one point was made in the cultivation he received from the immortal sects since childhood. Impossible, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Yan Xinji didn't explain further. His figure on the LCD screen suddenly began to blur, gradually turning into a map and a handprint. I've placed a teleportation talisman here. You can retrieve it after verifying it with this handprint. Once you find Qing Nu, have her activate this teleportation talisman. I'll be waiting for her at the destination. After Chen Mobai made a note of it, he looked at Yan Xinji, who was gradually fading and about to disappear, frowned slightly, and asked a question. Why are you looking for me? My true form cannot enter the earthly star, and I'm a traitor to the immortal sect. Kong Feiken and the others are also targets of the immortal sect's attention, so after much thought, I can only find you, someone with a clean background who will not harm Qing Nu. Remember, you must not reveal to anyone that Qing Nu has the essence of fetal transformation. This is a temptation that even the nascent soul ancestor could not resist. Hearing this, Chen Mobai remained silent. At that moment, the LCD screen went completely black. Chen Mobai checked the experimental base again, and after confirming that there were no traces of himself, he left. After retrieving the formless puppet, the true form outside flashed with silver light and rushed back to the waiting hall before the train arrived at the station. Soon, Chen Mobai entered his private room without any inspection. After reading through all the conversations with Yan Xinji and the heavenly calculation beads, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He never imagined that there was such a deep purpose hidden behind the original immortal sprout cultivation plan. It's just unknown whether anyone else in the immortal sect, besides Lin Daoming, who knows about this matter, has investigated the point of embryonic transformation into essence. Should we ask Lan Haitian? Chen Mobai thought of this person who might know. But after thinking about it, I still felt that I couldn't take too much of a risk. Having spent decades navigating the officialdom, Lan Haitian was a shrewd and calculating individual. If he were to reveal even the slightest clue, it might backfire, forcing Lan Haitian to reinvestigate the immortal sprout cultivation project. So what should we do? Chen Mobai fell into deep thought. Qing Nu was his friend, and he certainly hoped that she could live a peaceful life. Although he knew that she possessed the essence of fetal transformation, he had no desire for her whatsoever. But if what Yan Xinji said is true, then we must be on guard against Lin Daoming, this nascent soul cultivator who has retired at all times. That's a nascent soul cultivator. Chen Mobai clenched his fists as he thought of this realm. Even though he had fought a fierce battle with Master Bingyun in the Heavenly River realm with the help of the 5 element sects Dao soldiers, he did not believe that he had the ability to fight against a nascent soul cultivator. In particular, the 3 hall masters of the immortal sect are all peak cultivators at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Even though the immortal sects were in a period of peace and there weren't many battles, the huge difference in their cultivation levels alone was enough to crush dozens of Chen Mobais. At this moment, Chen Mobai suddenly remembered that Qing Nu rarely left the capital while she was in the Patching Heaven group. Originally, it was thought to be due to the defection of Kong Feiken and Yang Jing, but now it seems that it might be Lin Daoming who is interfering, not wanting her, the only remaining immortal seed, to leave his sight. There was also a period when Qing Nu suddenly wanted to prepare to form her own core. Chen Mobai felt that behind this, there might also be someone sent by Lin Daoming to incite others. Faced with Lin Daoming's covetousness of Qing Nu, he really couldn't think of any way to break the deadlock. Tell the higher-ups at the Dance Weapon Academy. Master Chengxuan is in seclusion, and Master Yuxiao is unfamiliar to us, so the only one left is old ancestor Bai Guang. Even with his status, whether he could see Bai Guang was still a question. Moreover, according to Yan Xinji, if this embryonic essence was truly so precious, would Bai Guang ancestor also be tempted by it? The more Chen Mobai thought about it, the more his brows furrowed. This must be the most difficult thing in his life. Why prevent Qing Nu from forming her core, but what reason could they give? Chen Mobai did the math and realized that it seemed that their graduating class of the Taoist Academy was only 16 years away from reaching the required 60 years of service. It is estimated that Lin Daoming will immediately arrange for Qing Nu to receive a golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill. What excuse will he have to prevent Qingnu from forming her core? Should I tell her the truth? Will she accept all of this? Even if she obeys him, will Lin Daoming sit idly by and watch all this happen? It seems that the only way is to follow Yan Xinji's method and have Qingnu leave Diyuan Star and go to her father's side. But in doing so, Qingnu would become a traitor to the immortal sect. Chen Mobai knew very well how much loneliness and pain she had endured in order to stay in the immortal sect. Sending her away now, even if it was for her own good, would probably make her very sad. Similarly, if Qingnu were to leave, Chen Mobai, her only friend in the immortal sect, would also be heartbroken. However, this was the only way to save her life. Throughout the journey, Chen Mobai's mind was in unprecedented turmoil. After arriving in Yuki City, he stayed in the waiting room for an entire night, pondering this question. Finally, at the moment of dawn, he opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. If all else fails, there's one last option. Just then the phone rang. He glanced at it and couldn't help but smile gently. It was my daughter calling. After the father and daughter talked for a while, it was time for Chen Mobai to board the plane. On the airplane, as they drew closer to Wangwu Cave, Chen Mobai cleared away all the complex emotions in his heart. At that moment, he transformed himself into the air that the entire lineage of dancers eagerly awaited. Only in this way can a way out be found for Qingnu amidst the chaos. Long time no see, Junior Chen. At the airport, Uncle Wang personally came to pick them up, along with 5 other people. 3 of them were counselors of the Wuki Daeyuan in the Kaiyuan Hall, and the other 2 were ministers of powerful departments in the Xianwu Hall and Zhengfa Hall, respectively. These 5 people, along with Wang Shui, constitute the core circle of the Dance Weapon Academy among the 3 hall masters. Their simultaneous arrival to pick up Chen Mobai demonstrates how much they value him. This also serves as a declaration to the other 3 lineages about the future of the Dance Weapon Academy. Chen Mobai was somewhat flattered. The group of 7, traveling in 2 cars, arrived at Wang Shui's home in the capital. Soon, the news reached the ears of the leaders of the other 3 factions. Lin Daoming, who still held the position of the Immortal Affairs Hall Master, had a slight tremor in his eyes, but for him who was about to retire, even if the 4 factions fought each other to the death, it would be none of his business. Ying Guanghua, the master of the Zhengfa Hall, then summoned Lan Haitian and asked him to invite Chen Mobai again. This time, Ying Guanghua planned to personally meet with Chen Mobai, the future leader of the dance weapon lineage. The soon-to-be-appointed Venerable Narcissus also had a good impression of Chen Mobai and intended to bring him into the Zhengfa Hall. He also had Lan Haitian deliver a message to him. Of the 3 main halls, only the Kaiyuan Hall remained calm and restrained in the face of Chen Mobai's arrival. Because Chen Mobai was originally a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall. After Wang Shui stepped down, his taking over was merely a change of spokesperson and had no impact on Kaiyuan Palace. If Chen Mobai accepts the invitations from the Immortal Affairs Hall and the Righteous Law Hall, it might even be a good thing for the Kaiyuan Hall. Because in this way, he will definitely not take the share of the 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation next time, but will obtain them from the other 2 major halls. After arriving at Wangwu Cave, Chen Mobai experienced the busyness of social interactions for the first time. He couldn't even find the time to meet Meng Huanger. On his first day, under Wang Shui's arrangement, he got to know the core circle of the Wuki Dao Academy in Wangwu Cave. The next step, following introductions from these core members, is to meet with other public officials who share the same path as Wu Qi. For example, among those who came from Lingbao Academy and the dance and weapon branch of the 120 prefectures, one was even a deputy director who graduated from Kingsang Academy. Even though he was just a foundation establishment cultivator, Chen Mobai had to remember everyone's identity and call out their names immediately when he met or interacted with them, so as not to make them feel neglected. Because they were in Wangwu Cave Heaven, they couldn't hold large-scale banquets or the like. They could only have small private gatherings at the homes of certain golden core cultivators within their own social circles. Therefore, it took Chen Mobai nearly half a month to meet with all the people he had connections with in Wanggu Cave. After completing these tasks, he had to go to his appointment. First is Ying Guanghua, the master of the Zhengfa Hall, and second is Shui Xian, the deputy master of the Zhengfa Hall. Both of them are nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, they are two of the future three hall masters, and Chen Mobai cannot afford to offend either of them. However, Chen Mobai also understood very well that the reason why these two nascent soul cultivators invited him was not only because of his talent, but also because he was backed by the Wuki lineage. This represents a nascent soul grandmaster and two enlightened ones. The spokesperson used to be Wang Shui, and then it was him. Chen Mobai went to meet Ying Guanghua first. Of course, when he went there, Uncle Wang was by his side. The meeting place was arranged by Lan Haitian. It was a very private club. This was also the first time Chen Mobai had seen the three hall masters of the immortal sect in real life. Ying Guanghua looked exactly like the one on TV. He was a vibrant young man with a high nose bridge, clear features, and a face as warm and bright as the early spring sun. He was dressed in a brown business suit with a light white shirt and a dark blue tie, exuding a clean and composed demeanor. When Chen Mobai met his gaze, Ying Guanghua's lips curled into a friendly smile, making him appear approachable. The three hall masters of the current immortal sect are all well-regarded leaders. When Lin Dayaming was in power, Ying Guanghua was in charge of the military and maintained the various laws and order of the immortal sect. He was both the strongest shield and the sharpest spear of the immortal sect. He was also a charismatic leader who could inspire awe in the people. But he is also said to be a leader who listens to his subordinates' opinions and is very approachable. Greetings, Lord Ying. After Chen Mobai entered, he bowed to Ying Guanghua. Ha ha ha, not bad at all. As expected of the nascent soul talent of our immortal sect, seeing is believing. Ying Guanghua stood up, came over, shook Chen Mobai's hand and returned the greeting. After he finished speaking, he also greeted Wang Shui, who was to Chen Mobai's right, in a way that was as pleasant as a spring breeze. At this moment, Lan Haitian, who had led them in, closed the door to the room, and soon only the four of them remained. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Mobai's heart stirred slightly. He was somewhat surprised that Lan Haitian, who came from the Kunpeng Academy, could earn Ying Guanghua's trust to such an extent. Any news from Chengshuan? When only 4 people remained, Ying Guanghua became even more casual, as if he regarded Chen Mobai and the others as his friends, and immediately asked about Master Chengshuan. Please forgive us, Hall Master Ying, but since the principal and Master Yu Yi entered the Jade Flat Minor realm, there has been no news from them. Speaking frankly, Chen Mobai suddenly remembered the opportunity when Master Chengshuan tested the flower blooming moment, which he seemed to have snatched after competing with Lin Dayaming. I don't know how Venerable Chengshuan managed to defeat Lin Dayaming, the master of the Immortal Affairs Hall. Chengshuan is the second oldest among us, after Senior Lin Dayaming. I hope he can succeed in one fell swoop, which would also pave a way for us to reach the nascent soul stage. Ying Guanghua said this with emotion, and Chen Mobai could feel his sincerity from his words. I hope so. But he had no right to comment on the moment the flower bloomed. Even if he knew the progress of the experiment, he certainly wouldn't reveal it to Ying Guanghua. He could only laugh awkwardly and end the topic. If I remember correctly, Counselor Chen, after graduating from the Dance Weapon Academy, you should have studied at our Heaven Mending Academy, right? That's right. Back when I was at Jumengdao Academy, I sparred with 2 senior students, Lu Fengcheng and Ling Dayashi, and I became deeply fascinated by the mysteries of the Fangkun book. So after graduation, at the invitation of Director Fu Borong, I applied for postgraduate studies at Bushan Dao Academy and was fortunate enough to receive guidance from Master Yuangsu. Chen Mobai went to the Heaven Mending Academy to study, not only because he wanted to learn the Fangkun book, but also because he wanted the identity and background of the Heaven Mending Academy. Even now, The heaven-mending lineage remains the undisputed #1 power among the immortal sects. 1 nascent soul cultivator and 5 spirit transformation cultivators. Even within the thousands of years of history of the immortal sects, it can be described as a golden age of mending the heavens. Oh, I haven't heard Yuan Su mention this before, but his Fangkun book is a true inheritance from the star-pulling ancestor, and even I am ashamed of my own inferiority. As Ying Guanghua spoke, he personally opened a bottle of wine and poured it for Chen Mobai, Wang Shui, and Lan Haitian, who was listening silently to the side. Yes, Master Yungsu's square-inch book must be the most enviable ability among all researchers in the immortal sect. I am not as good as him. I have only developed abilities that are useful for cultivation. Chen Mobai accepted the wine glass from Ying Guanghua with both hands and said something seemingly casual that made the latter's expression slightly startled. Has Counselor Chen's small book also entered the inner sanctum? The book Fangkun Shu is known for its profound and extensive knowledge. It is difficult to get started, difficult to advance, and even more difficult to reach the pinnacle. Even a powerful cultivator like Ying Guanghua, who was at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, had only mastered the Fangkun book. Therefore, when he heard that Chen Mobai had also developed a special ability, he couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying talent of the person in front of him. Well, when I was studying at the Bushan Dao Academy, my understanding of the Fangkun book was not deep. Because I had some talent in combat, I wanted to apply it to combat, but I didn't know that I had already gone astray. Later, at the top of Dangxia Mountain, in the battle against Shi Qing, the reincarnation of the Flower Blossom Academy master, although I achieved the Fangkun book and merged it with my own fighting talent, pushing the power of the purple lightning sword to its limit and killing Shi Qing. At that time, I realized that I had gone astray. No matter how strong one's fighting skills are, only the realm is the eternal pursuit. If I become obsessed with powerful combat abilities and fail to break through to a higher level of nascent soul or even divine transformation, I will only be a withered skeleton in a grave after hundreds of years. So after that, in addition to cultivating the pure Yang scroll, I began to re-examine my understanding of the square-inch book. I meditated on the top of Dangxia Mountain for 20 years, and finally, one day when the sun was rising, I entered a state of enlightenment. Not only did the phoenix facing the sun diagram break through to the 2nd level, but I also completely mastered the square-inch book and cultivated my own unique inner observation of oneself. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, Lan Haitian, who was standing next to him, stared at him with wide eyes, extremely shocked. However, not only Lan Haitian, but also Ying Guanghua was very surprised. Junior brother, I didn't expect you to have already broken through to the 2nd level of the Phoenix Rising Sun diagram. You truly deserve to be called a nascent soul cultivator, perfectly compatible with the pure Yang scroll. Uncle Wang, standing to the side, was also amazed. He already knew that Chen Mobai had mastered the Fangkun book. On their first day of meeting, Chen Mobai, in order to demonstrate his nascent soul stage potential in front of the core circle of the Dance Weapon Academy, performed a version of the Netherworld Array for void walking, which greatly shocked everyone. Chen Mobai gave his reason for mastering the void walking technique. The square-inch book had been mastered. End of this chapter. Chapter 749 Reunion with Chen Chun, 7K. Chapter 749 Reunion with Chen Chun, 7K. Counselor Chen was already exceptionally talented, and now he has mastered the art of calligraphy. His future achievements are limitless. After hearing about the introspection function of Chen Mobai's square-inch book, Ying Guanghua couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. In his youth, he was a peerless genius who suppressed the immortal sects for an era. He thought there could never be a more outstanding genius than him, but unexpectedly, he actually met one in his lifetime. Chen Mobai's compatibility with the pure Yang scroll was almost perfect. As long as he accumulated enough seniority with the immortal sect and received support from the Dance Weapon Academy, obtaining the nascent soul elixir would not be a problem. In Ying Guanghua's eyes, Chen Mobai's nascent soul stage was not a big problem, but the nascent soul stage would be very difficult to overcome. After all, although they are said to have the potential to become nascent soul cultivators, only those cultivators who have already reached the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul stage know just how difficult the hurdle of becoming a nascent soul cultivator truly is. That's an insurmountable barrier. Throughout the history of the immortal sects, all the nascent soul cultivators have been among the most outstanding beings, possessing unparalleled talent and exceptional abilities. However, those who can achieve the divine transformation are extremely rare. However, now that Ying Guanghua knows the function of Chen Mobai's Fangkun book in introspection, he feels that this young man in front of him has already surpassed him, at least in terms of the possibility of reaching the nascent soul stage. Having gained the ability to introspect, Chen Mobai, if he so desires, could eventually comprehend all the nascent soul techniques of the immortal sects, integrate them, and forge the path most suitable for him. Not at all, cultivation has no end. I'm only at the core formation stage now, and I don't know when I'll be able to reach the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai is always humble and cautious when facing outsiders. If Counselor Chen has time in the future, he can go to the Heavenly Book Academy to see those 7 volumes of heavenly books. Ying Guanghua then smiled and suggested to Chen Mobai, who immediately shook his head, saying that by looking inward, he could only rely on his own knowledge to make analysis and interpretation. The 7 heavenly books are supreme Taoist texts that even the nascent soul ancestors of the immortal sects could not fully decipher. How could he possibly do it? Ying Guanghua felt a little regretful after hearing this. He had originally thought about whether he could use the 7 volumes of the heavenly book to delay Chen Mobai's cultivation progress, but he did not expect that the person in charge of the Dance Weapon Academy was very clear-headed. If this were when he was young, possessing the talent of a nascent soul cultivator like Chen Mobai, and with the introspection of Fangkun book, he would definitely have given up all worldly affairs, buried himself in countless Taoist books, and sought only the supreme Tao. However, after learning about the limitations of introspection, Ying Guanghua breathed a slight sigh of relief. If it depends on Chen Mobai's own knowledge, then his chances of becoming a nascent soul cultivator are not much greater than his. After all, there isn't much knowledge about the nascent soul state within the entire immortal sect. Aside from the renowned nascent soul ancestor who left his mark on the history of the immortal sect, it is these cultivators at the great perfection of the 9th nascent soul stage who have explored the nascent soul realm. However, at least Ying Guanghua knew that the nascent soul realm was definitely no match for Chen Mobai. Fortunately, all the infant nurturing pills have already been distributed, and it's unlikely that Uncle Wang would be willing to give his own to Chen Mobai. So it will be at least 100 years before the next nascent soul 3 elixir is successfully refined. Can we only suppress him for 100 years? Looking at Chen Mobai, who was talking confidently and calmly with him, Ying Guanghua sighed inwardly. With Lin Dayaming's retirement, he will at most remain in the position of Immortal Affairs Hall Master for another 3 Jiazi, 60 years. After all, Ying Guanghua is not young anymore. He looked at Lan Haitian beside him and thought of the Golden Core cultivators at the Bushan Dao Academy. Although they were also incredibly talented, it seemed that 100 years later, they would only be able to watch the handsome young man in front of them shine. Among the next generation of Golden Core cultivators in the immortal sects, the only one who can rival this guy is Wenren Zuwei from Jumeng Dao Academy. However, Lan Haitian is not without hope. If he can form his nascent soul using the 6 imperial scriptures, he may one day be able to be as famous as Chen Mobai and Wenren Zuwei. These 3 should be the future 3 Hall Masters. Unfortunately, it seems that the lineage of mending the heavens has exhausted its fortune in the last 1,000 years, and there is not a single person with the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator. I only hope that 100 years from now, I can become a god. With this in mind, Ying Guanghua discussed with Chen Mobai the policy changes of the immortal sect after he took power. Chen Mobai was somewhat naive about this. After all, he had spent most of his previous decades managing the 5 Elements sect in the Heavenly River realm, and only had a superficial and general understanding of the policies of the immortal sect. Fortunately, Uncle Wang was right there, and he immediately took over the conversation. Chen Mobai listened intently. The meeting was a success, and all the guests enjoyed themselves. When they left, Lan Haitian personally drove them back. He first took Wang Shui home, while Chen Mobai stayed at the Yingxian Hotel on Wufeng Immortal Mountain. This is the highest standard hotel in the immortal sect, and you need a certain status to make a reservation. Given Chen Mobai's personality, he would definitely not be so flamboyant. This was arranged by Wang Shui because the Wuki lineage has always had 2 rooms in the Yingxian Hotel. This belongs to Venerable Chengshuan and Venerable Yuxiao. These 2 nascent soul cultivators stayed here when they came to the capital. Master Chengshuan was in seclusion to test the blooming of flowers, and he certainly wouldn't be attending this immortal sect leadership change, so Wang Shui directly gave his room to Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai originally wanted to refuse, but Wang Shui insisted that this formality had to be followed. If he doesn't move in, he'll probably be looked down upon by the other forces in Wangwu Cave. After thinking about it, Chen Mobai understood the meaning behind Wang Shui's arrangement and did not refuse. On the day he moved in, he announced to the entire immortal sect that he had become the person in charge of the dance weapon lineage in the 3 main halls. Lan Haitian's license plate was actually allowed to enter and exit Wufeng Immortal Mountain directly. He took Chen Mobai to Yingxian Hotel. I will meet with Venerable Narcissus tomorrow, and then visit Ancestor White Light at Wangxian Peak the day after tomorrow. I will have some free time the day after that. I wonder if Deputy Chief Team Leader Lan could arrange a vacation for Qingnu. It has been a long time since I last saw her. Chen Mobai did not get out of the car immediately. He said something to Lan Haitian, who responded without hesitation. Starting tomorrow, I will give Qingnu a task, to monitor your health as a counselor. Whenever you have time, you can call her to leave the Patching Sky group and come see you. Chen Mobai was surprised that Lan Haitian would give him so much face, and for a moment, he was not yet used to the identity and status he represented in the immortal sect. Thank you. After saying that, Chen Mobai got out of the car. After watching Lan Haitian leave, he frowned slightly. Judging from how easily Lan Haitian let Qingnu meet with him, he probably didn't know the true purpose of the immortal sprout cultivation project. After all, Qingnu was under his command. If Lin Dayaming had been controlling Qingnu through Lan Haitian, he certainly wouldn't have been so compliant. At the very least, I should report this to Lin Dayaming. Besides Lan Haitian, the Patching Heaven group also has a chief leader, Wen Lianshan, who comes from the Patching Heaven Academy. It is possible that he is the one Lin Dayaming arranged to watch over Qingnu. However, when Qingnu joined the Heaven Mending group, Chen Mobai asked her and learned that she did so through Lan Haitian's connections, so this doesn't quite add up. After Lan Haitian's suspicion was reduced, Chen Mobai began to plan how to tell Qingnu the truth that Yan Xinji had revealed when they met. The next morning, Lan Haitian came to personally pick him and Wang Shui up to meet Master Shuixian. The meeting place was on an island in a lake in Wangwu Cave. It is not far from Wufeng Immortal Mountain. Lan Haitian escorted them to a shore of the lake, where another person familiar to Chen Mobai was already waiting for them, riding the waves. It was Gongsun Jilu, who had fought alongside Chen Mobai to slay the master of Huakai Academy in Dangxia City. She seemed to have made great progress in comprehending the immortal sword techniques. When Chen Mobai met her gaze, he felt that his heaven-slaying line longevity sword intent was being activated, which surprised him slightly. But what shocked Gongsun Jilu even more was, she comprehended the sword techniques of the immortal sect, condensing her lifelong sword cultivation insights into a sword intent. She then secluded herself for 10 years to nurture and unleash that sword intent, ultimately achieving a vast and powerful force. She thought that in the entire immortal sect, in terms of sword cultivation level, among golden core cultivators, apart from Nangong Xunyu, there was no one else who could rival her. Little did he know that he would feel a sword intent from this junior, Chen Mobai, that seemed to be even more profound and terrifying than his own. The moment Gongsun Jilu met Chen Mobai's gaze, the sword intent within her was irresistibly stirred. After taking a deep breath, she managed to suppress her sword intent. Looking up, he saw that Chen Mobai only looked surprised, but his sword intent showed no signs of getting out of control, which shocked him even more. This young man's swordsmanship has likely reached a level of perfection, and he may even have forged an unparalleled sword heart. However, the reality is that Chen Mobai has not comprehended the sword intent of the heaven-slaying line at all, and he is still wondering why this sword intent is fluctuating. Please come in, the Vice Hall Master is already waiting for you. Gongsun Jilu suppressed her shock at Chen Mobai's swordsmanship talent, and used the water to transform into a small boat to invite Chen Mobai and Wang Shui. After delivering the person, Lan Haitian took his leave. The island in the center of the lake is where the water fairy is cultivating. She brought over fifth-order spiritual energy from the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain, so Chen Mobai was shocked by the rich spiritual energy here as soon as he stepped onto the island. With white hair and eyebrows and skin as white as jade, the Narcissus Venerable sat on a rock on the edge of the island, his bare, snow-white feet plunging into the lake, gently swaying. The ground is just too dry. If the Spirit Lord hadn't said that there was a chance for me to become a nascent soul cultivator on the land, I wouldn't have been able to stay there for even a day. After hearing what Master Shui Xian said, Chen Mobai didn't know how to respond. The Sea Spirit Lord is the oldest living being in the immortal sect, and arguably the strongest being on Earth Star. After I take over the Zhengfa Hall, Gongsun will be the Deputy Hall Master, when Lianshan will become the head of the Law Enforcement Department, and Lan Haitian was originally going to be promoted half a step to become the leader of the Mending Heaven group, but Ying Guanghua took him away. Because Gong Aijixu obtained the nascent soul pill for the second time, he felt that this was his last chance to form his nascent soul, and he has decided to resign from his position as the Deputy Hall Master of the Immortal Affairs Hall to focus all his attention on this final gamble. Lan Haitian has the opportunity to become the Deputy Hall Master of the Immortal Affairs Hall, and he is unwilling to waste his time in the Heaven Mending Group. If you are willing to join the Righteous Law Hall, you will be the leader of the Heaven Mending Group, and you can also be nominally the Deputy Minister of the Law Enforcement Department. I can also give you a nominal position of Major General in the military. Narcissus was very straightforward and direct. Compared to the situation yesterday, when Wang Shui and Ying Guanghua talked all night but did not reach any consensus, her words gave Chen Mobai a jolt. The position offered is already the fourth most important person in the Hall of Righteous Law. Chen Mobai's ability to rise from an ordinary counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall to such an important position is rare even with the backing of the Wookiee lineage. In the entire history of the immortal sects, this is a rare occurrence. Although he was very tempted, he did not make a direct commitment. Wang Shui had told him that he was a person with the right to choose, and that he could wait and see all the conditions before making a decision. The meeting with Master Shui Xian ended very quickly. Because she stated all her conditions at the beginning, Chen Mobai and Wang Shui drank a cup of tea and then took their leave. Has it been sent away? After Gongsun Jilu returned, the Narcissus Master asked a question in a somewhat lazy manner. Yes, Your Highness, there is something. Gongsun Jilu hesitated for a moment before telling him about Chen Mobai's mastery of sword intent. This kid, could he possibly reach the nascent soul stage even faster than me? Upon hearing this, the languid expression of the Narcissus Immortal vanished instantly, and he frowned as he looked towards the direction of the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain. There was a nascent soul cultivator there who also possessed exceptional swordsmanship, and whose primordial spirit resided in the sword. Moreover, the two are actually related. He'll probably be thinking about studying the immortal sect's sword techniques, so if you invite him with that, he'll definitely be willing to join the Hall of Righteous Laws. Gongsun Jilu spoke up, saying that for sword cultivators, the immortal sect's sword techniques are supreme. After all, the reason why Ancestor Bai Guang was able to transform into a god was because he had thoroughly comprehended the immortal sword technique. Chen Mobai's swordsmanship talent is no less than that of Bai Guang, the old ancestor. He has mastered sword intent at a young age and will definitely want to follow the successful path that Bai Guang took to reach the divine realm. The immortal sect sword techniques are available in all three halls, but it's true that Ancestor White Light comprehended the one from our Hall of Righteous Laws first. Upon hearing this, Master Shuixian pondered for a moment, but after a long while he shook his head. Let nature take its course. With his background, there's always a way for him to comprehend the immortal sword techniques. My conditions remain unchanged. The immortal sword technique has a total of 8 forms. It is a supreme sword diagram that only nascent soul cultivators can comprehend. Gongsun Jilu comprehended one of the diagrams at the core formation stage, which is already a great exception. Master Shuixian was unwilling to make an exception again for Chen Mobai, a golden core cultivator who was not his direct descendant. Because he ended his meeting with Master Shuixian early, Chen Mobai went to Huixian Peak in the afternoon to visit his old classmate Zhongli Tianyu, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Wait for me for another 16 years. Once I get the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill, I will catch up with you immediately. Although Zhongli Tianyu was convinced of Chen Mobai's abilities, he still couldn't bring himself to admit it verbally. By the time you reach the core formation stage, I might already be at the nascent soul stage. Zhongli Tianyu scoffed at Chen Mobai's words. Impossible. The immortal sect has already distributed all the nascent soul pills this time. I was planning to catch up when you were stuck at the nascent soul stage. After I reach the nascent soul stage, I will also join the 3 great halls. After accumulating 100 or 200 years of experience, I should be able to get the next batch of nascent soul elixirs together with you. Zhongli Tianyu's plan was excellent. He couldn't compare to Chen Mobai in achieving enlightenment and forming his core, so he had to admit defeat. However, he did not believe that Chen Mobai could condense a nascent soul without taking the nascent soul elixir. Doesn't your Zhongli family have its own secret medicinal pills? Why don't you take them? Chen Mobai merely smiled at Zhongli Tianyu's beautiful dream and then asked about it. Since we can obtain it from the immortal sect, let's keep what our ancestor left behind. In case our family declines one day, we might be able to use it to make a comeback. Zhongli Tianyu told the truth that, as a family of nascent soul cultivators, they actually only had 3 golden core cultivators. At its lowest point, there was only 1. What a pity! After hearing this, Chen Mobai looked regretful. The Zhongli family's nurturing pill is the only one openly possessed by any immortal sect. Because the 3 main halls of the immortal sect refine the 3 spirit medicines for nascent soul formation, they are usually exchanged and distributed after each refinement. If Zhongli Tianyu has any hope of forming a nascent soul, he should be given this pill. With the addition of another nascent soul elixir from the immortal sect, given his talent, he might be able to bring the Zhongli family back to its peak. Chen Mobai was very envious of this. If he could get the 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation from the immortal sect, why would he have to go through all the trouble of going to the heavenly river realm? While the two were talking, Zhang Liu called them to eat. As a golden core cultivator, Zhang Liu is also a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall and holds a nominal position in the military department of the Zhengfa Hall. When Chen Mobai was eating, he asked about the situation of the Zhengfa Hall. Zhang Liu obviously knew that he was about to take office and succeed Wang Shui as the representative of the Wuqi lineage in the 3 halls. So he meticulously recounted everything he knew about the military, including the various factions and cliques. The military headquarters is actually not complicated. After all, it is under the direct control of the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall and is divided into 10 military regions, each located in one of the 10 directions above the Earth origin star, guarding the key spiritual pivots of the celestial canopy and the Earth network. The patriarch of the Zhongli family happened to be a general in one of the military regions. The remaining armies, besides the 4 major academies, also include 3 other nascent soul families. After finishing the meal, Chen Mobai had a general understanding of the military's situation. Outside of the military headquarters was the Law Enforcement Department. This is relatively simple. Basically, the Minister of Law Enforcement is in charge of everything. If the Deputy Minister is more powerful, there have been instances where there are two factions. In theory, the Sky Mending Group is a department within the Law Enforcement Department. However, their rank and authority are relatively high. The leader of the Heaven Mending Group is concurrently the Deputy Minister of the Law Enforcement Department and reports directly to the Master of the Righteous Law Hall. After finishing the meal, Chen Mobai felt he had benefited greatly and thanked Zhang Liu, who smiled gently in return. In the future, we will need your support to Tianyu. The two of you are from the same lineage of weapon dance. Perhaps in a few hundred years, you will be able to manage two halls in one lineage, just like the current Lord of the Immortal Affairs Hall and Lord of the Righteous Law Hall. Upon hearing Zhang Liu's words, Zhang Lixianyu raised his head. He was a little anxious, saying that he had exceptional talent and was sure he could form a nascent soul, so why would he need Chen Mobai's help? Zhangli Tianyu, one day I will catch up with him. Chen Mobai, haha, I hope that day will come. Chen Mobai didn't want to argue with Zhangli Tianyu about these trivial matters anymore. He was already an adult, and arguing was too much of a waste of his time. Have you finished eating? I'll take you down the mountain. Seeing that Chen Mobai did not refute him, Zhangli Tianyu assumed that Chen Mobai agreed with him and put down his chopsticks. The Five Peaks Immortal Mountain is home to many nascent soul families, and there are no known restrictions around it. Chen Mobai was always escorted up and down the mountain by Chen Mobai the previous times he came. No need, I left the coordinates at Yingxian Hotel, so I can go back directly. Chen Mobai chuckled and spoke. There were no coordinates at Zhangli's house before, so Zhangli Tianyu had to pick him up. Go straight back. Zhangli Tianyu and Zhangli Yue were both completely confused, wondering how he was going to go back directly. Then they saw Chen Mobai's body flash with silver light, and with one step, he disappeared from the spot as if he were a beam of light. Upon seeing this, Zhangli Tianyu and Zhangli Yue both widened their eyes in shock. Walking in the void. As a family of nascent soul cultivators, they immediately recognized the signature void spell that only nascent soul cultivators possessed. Although they already regarded Chen Mobai as a potential nascent soul cultivator and a future master of the three major palaces, they were still extremely shocked to see that he had mastered the art of walking in the void while still in the core formation stage. This guy, Zhangli Tianyu muttered to himself. The courage he had mustered in front of Chen Mobai just now vanished in an instant. How can we possibly chase after them now? Never mind. Seeing Zhangli Tianyu's dejected appearance, Zhangli Yue wanted to say a few words of comfort, but she didn't know how to start. Even when Zhangli Ancestor was young, he wasn't this defying the heavens. After leaving Huixian Peak, Chen Mobai saw that it was still early and remembered what his daughter had said, so he took out his phone and called Yu Huiping. Wait for me at the foot of the mountain. Yu Huiping knew he was at the foot of Juxian Peak, so she nodded and said she would come down. Because the mountain was where the nascent soul ancestor was in seclusion for cultivation, Chen Mobai did not dare to use the underworld array without authorization. A short while later, an old woman flew down. These are Ziohai's things. I've already packed them all up. Yu Huiping waved his hand, and the void opened up, with 3 large suitcases falling down. Chen Mobai immediately reached out and caught the suitcases with an invisible surge of spiritual energy. Then he expanded his domain and stuffed them in one by one. Thank you for your hard work, Master Yu. Chen Mobai's words made Yu Huiping nod slightly, then she turned around and prepared to leave. Master Yu, the Immortal Sects Leadership Transition Conference will be held in a month. I will be entering the 3 great halls as the head of the dance weapon lineage. I wonder if Ancestor Bai Guang has any instructions regarding this. Chen Mobai thought this was a rare opportunity, so he used the change of leadership in the Immortal Sect as an excuse to see if he could visit the biggest backer of their dance weapon lineage. Master's instructions. After hearing this, Yu Huiping gave Chen Mobai a strange look. She naturally understood his subtext that he wanted to visit the White Light Ancestor. If anyone else from the Dance Weapon Academy had asked her this, she would have definitely shaken her head and refused. Master is in seclusion. You should go back first. If I meet her when she comes out of seclusion, I will tell her about this. Upon hearing Yu Huiping's words, Chen Mobai could only sigh with regret, and then performed the ancient farewell ceremony of the Wuki Dao Academy. Of the two saints of the immortal sect, the White Light Ancestor lives a secluded life, and even the head master of the Dance Weapon Academy, Master Chengshuan, has not seen her for a long time. In comparison, the star-pulling ancestor of the heaven-mending lineage is slightly more active. At least if a nascent soul cultivator from the heaven-mending lineage requests an audience, they can usually wait until he has time. I wonder if I'll be able to get an audience with the White Light Ancestor after I reach nascent soul stage. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Mobai watched Yu Huiping ascend the mountain, then glanced at the misty Wangxian peak before turning and leaving. Because it was at the foot of the mountain where the nascent soul stage was located, he did not directly use the underworld array to leave this time. Instead, he planned to travel a bit further before teleporting. However, what he didn't expect was that this very idea would lead him to meet an unexpected person. When Chen Mobai saw Chen Chun, his brows furrowed. After all, her past actions had angered him somewhat. "What's up?" The roads in Wufeng Immortal Mountain are all one way, and they are currently at the junction of the territories of the two nascent soul ancestors. He was on Bai Guang's side, while Chen Chun came down from the side of the star-pulling ancestor. Chen Mobai figured that, with Chen Chun's mastery of divination techniques from the Divine Calculation Palace, he must have been waiting here beforehand. "I just suddenly had a whim to come down the mountain for some fresh air, but I never expected to run into you." However, Chen Chun seemed somewhat surprised as well. After hearing this, Chen Mobai didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Chen Chun watched his retreating figure, hesitant to speak, but ultimately remained silent, watching him leave. After returning to Yingxian Hotel, Chen Mobai rested for one night. Soon, it was time to meet with Lan Haitian. At 8 o'clock in the morning, King Nu called right on time. "Hello, Counselor Chen. Deputy Chief Lan asked me to check your health." Her gentle yet joyful words reminded Chen Mobai of the last time he met King Nu. "I'm at the Yingxian Hotel." Chen Mobai gave her his room number, and King Nu suppressed her joy and nodded, indicating that she would be there soon. About half an hour later, Chen Mobai received a phone call at the door. Only after receiving his confirmation was King Nu allowed to enter the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain. Knock, knock, knock. A moment later, a knock sounded at the door and King Nu appeared before him. End of this chapter. Chapter 750, Deep Listening. Chapter 750, Deep Listening. A faint smile of joy graced King Nu's lips, as if she were happy to see an old friend. Today she wore a black dress, the cut of which perfectly showcased her figure. Black stockings, slightly sheer, clung tightly to her long, shapely legs, the subtle glimpses adding a touch of sensuality to her serene appearance. Under the warm lights of the corridor, she stood at the door like a beautiful painting, captivating from every angle. Chen Mobai met her bright and gentle gaze, and in that instant, it was as if a warm light enveloped the two of them, making them feel an unprecedented sense of comfort and relaxation in the capital city of Wangwu Cave, where their minds were tense. "Haven't seen you for a long time." King Nu's gentle voice rang out, and Chen Mobai couldn't help but smile and nod, inviting her in. Although the two are good friends and call each other every now and then, they rarely have the opportunity to actually meet. After all, King Nu is in the special department of the Heaven Mending Group, and Lin Dayaming is above her, so she basically cannot leave Wangwu Cave. As for Chen Mobai, a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall, it goes without saying that he was even more important. That is, the two can only meet in Wangwu Cave when they report for duty every 10 years. At that time, King Nu will be glad that the headquarters of the Heaven Mending Group is here. Without this once-a-decade anticipation, She doesn't know how she would have survived in Wangu Cave. King Nu entered the room, and Chen Mobai closed the door behind her. Sit down, I'll brew you a pot of tea. It's very delicious. Chen Mobai pointed to the window on the sofa, then personally boiled water and poured it into the teapot where the green Chan spirit tea had been prepared. Besides being an alchemist, Qing Nu also frequently identifies the toxicity of various pills and medicines. Although she has cultivated a special secret method for resolving pills and detoxifying, over the years, she has accumulated some pill toxins in her body that she cannot get rid of. She herself knew all of this, and it wasn't just her who felt this way. The work of the fourth patching team simply couldn't avoid this. However, she did not tell Chen Mobai about this. Chen Mobai knew about this because Zhongli Tianyu told him. Since Zhongli Yi, the deputy leader of the fourth group of the Heaven Mending team, was his cousin, she blamed this incident on his failure to form a core after taking the golden elixir jade pill. This incident was also a significant blow to the Zhongli family. After all, even for a nascent soul family, it's heartbreaking to see a cultivator fail to form their core after nearly a century of investment. Chen Mobai had heard Qing Nu mention Zhang Li before, and knew that when Qing Nu first joined the fourth group, the latter took good care of her. So after hearing Zhongli Tianyu talk about this, he realized that Qing Nu must also have this problem. That is why he specially prepared this pot of green Chan spirit tea for Qing Nu today. After the tea leaves unfurled in the boiling water, resembling green buds releasing a fragrant aroma, Chen Mobai carried the small teapot to the window. Sitting on the sofa, King Nu rested her snow-white chin on one hand, her long, shapely legs pressed together, her gaze gently and calmly watching Chen Mobai's every move. Try it. This is a new tea that has mutated in the tea garden I set up to cultivate the enlightenment tea. After drinking it for a long time, I found that it can resolve erysipelas. Chen Mobai had asked Wenren Zuwei for all the tea seeds she had collected to cultivate the enlightenment tea, and then he fenced off a mountain in the Dangxia Mountains and planted all of these tea trees there. Although his skill in cultivating spiritual plants was not as good as Yu Ming's, with the support of the longevity sect's great techniques, he still had no problem growing these tea plants. The main purpose of this tea garden is to help him purify the spiritual teas from the heavenly river realm. Qing Nu was indeed very surprised after hearing this. After taking it, she looked at the pale green tea, took a small sip, and the sweet aftertaste spread between her lips and teeth, which involuntarily invigorated her. At the same time, she also felt that a little bit of barely perceptible erysipelas in her internal organs began to slowly seep out. King Nu immediately finished the entire cup of green Chan spirit tea. Chen Mobai poured her another cup, which she accepted and drank without hesitation. After 5 cups in a row, the pot of tea that Chen Mobai had brewed was completely empty. As he boiled water again, King Nu closed her eyes and began to guide the tea from the green jade spirit tea to circulate and cleanse her meridians and internal organs, while the stagnant toxins were also absorbed in the process. As her internal organs felt increasingly light and comfortable, a physiological instinct that made King Nu feel somewhat shy also began to surge into her heart. She couldn't help but open her eyes and look at Chen Mobai, who was changing the tea leaves. She asked somewhat embarrassedly, "Where is the restroom? I've drunk a bit too much tea." Chen Mobai smiled upon hearing this and pointed inside the room. Drinking the green Chan spirit tea would expel the toxins from the body along with the tea. He was staying in the best suite at the Yingxian Hotel, with the bathroom inside the bedroom. King Nu's fair cheeks flushed crimson as she rose and hurried into the room. After a long while, King Nu, having satisfied her physiological needs, walked out with her head down and sat back down on the sofa. "How are you feeling? Do you feel much lighter?" Chen Mobai carried the second pot of tea to King Nu's side and poured her another cup. "Thank you, this spiritual tea must be very precious." Although she was a little embarrassed just now, Qing Nu came to her senses at this moment. She and Chen Mobai were friends who could entrust their lives to each other, so there was no need to care too much about this. So King Nu took the teacup filled with tea again and began to sip it slowly. It's basically scrap that can't be sold. But Chen Mobai said something that made Qing Nu look up in surprise. The pills sold within the immortal sect are all free of toxicity, so other cultivators don't have the risk of toxicity. It's only because of your occupational hazard that drug researchers and alchemists might need them. But you alchemists only occupy a tiny fraction of the market compared to the rest of the immortal sect, so you're saying this green cicada spirit tea is a waste product. Chen Mobai's smiling addition made Qing Nu's expression suddenly realize something. That's really the case. Moreover, high-level alchemists would take a pill similar to the Nirvana pill every now and then to remove all the impurities such as pill toxins accumulated in their bodies and incidentally improve their physical strength. If there is no demand from high-level alchemists, this green Chan spirit tea will naturally not sell. Because this green jade spirit tea is of a high grade, it is simply unaffordable for mid to low-level alchemists. This piece of junk is an invaluable treasure to me. Upon hearing this, King Nu's eyes sparkled, and she spoke from the bottom of her heart. Give. Chen Mobai smiled and snapped his fingers. Then the realm opened, and a beautifully packaged gift box which had been prepared in advance fell into Qing Nu's arms. King Nu opened the can with anticipation and found 2 cans of green Chan spirit tea. While her face showed surprise and joy, she said the opposite. King Nu, it's too precious, I can't accept it. Chen Mobai, this green Chan spirit tea is useless to me. If you don't want it, I can only leave it in the realm and let it expire and spoil. King Nu, that's such a waste. Chen Mobai, could you please trouble Miss King Nu to help me with these tea leaves? These words made Qing Nu's lips curl up into a smile, and she nodded emphatically. King Nu, then I shall respectfully accept your offer, thank you. Chen Mobai smiled when he saw that Qing Nu had finally accepted his gift. The two drank tea and talked about their experiences over the years. Chen Mobai couldn't recount his spectacular experience of unifying the eastern wilderness. He could only say that he diligently cultivated himself daily atop Dangxia Mountain, and that when he wanted to relax, he would call her. His arduous training yielded good results. In addition to breaking through to the second level of the Phoenix, rising to the sun painting and mastering the square-inch book, he also mastered the art of walking in the void. The achievements of other pure yang cultivators who broke through to the 6th level of the golden core stage, and whose pure yang dharma body was close to the 9 yang stage, are not worth mentioning. Upon hearing this, King Nu's eyes shone brightly, her face filled with reverence and admiration. She felt that this good friend in front of her was the most talented and gifted person in the history of the immortal sect. The reason she was considered to have the potential to become a nascent soul was because this was the highest evaluation of talent held by the immortal sect. She believed that Chen Mobai could break through the shackles on the realm that had existed in the immortal sect for generations and achieve a level beyond nascent soul. Compared to you, I am much more ordinary. Every day I either research and analyze all kinds of strange drugs or dissect the corpses of some cultivators who died inexplicably to study the cause of death, and so on. Chen Mobai found Qing Nu's words a bit strange. Wasn't she mainly responsible for taking care of the wounded members of the Patching Heaven group before? There were quite a few new hires, so the team leader gave them the easy tasks and let us senior staff do the more difficult ones. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai felt that Lin Dayaming must be involved, and he asked about something he had overlooked back then. Did you want to form your core in the first place because you wanted to escape this kind of life? That's part of the reason. The team leader said that if I were to form my core, I might be able to succeed Lan Haitian as the deputy team leader after he advances. I thought that with a higher position, I would be able to learn about the Ascension sect's news faster. Plus, you've been cultivating so fast, I'm afraid I'll fall far behind you and not be able to catch up in the future. So I got a little carried away and decided to form my core. Chen Mobai nodded in agreement with Qing Nu's words. It seemed that the problem lay with the leader of the 4th group of the Heaven Mending team. In that case, if he wants to protect Qing Nu, he will need to take over the Heaven Mending group. The conditions offered by Narcissus are the most favorable available. It seems that after taking office, I will need to go to the Hall of Righteous Law. His original plan was that, if there was really no other way, he would take King Nu back to the heavenly river realm and take care of her for the rest of her life. However, after taking her there, Chen Mobai would definitely not let her return to the immortal sect before he completely took control of the situation, in order to protect his secrets. Considering that she might not be willing to give up Kong Fiken and Yang Jing in the Ascension sect, Chen Mobai was not very confident about his idea. After all, compared to his younger siblings, he was merely Qing Nu's friend. Now that Narcissus has made a promise, Chen Mobai can take advantage of the situation to enter the Hall of Righteous Law, take control of the Heaven Mending Group, and then promote Qing Nu to be his personal secretary, keeping her under his watchful eye at all times. In this way, as long as Qing Nu has not yet formed her core, she can temporarily not worry too much about the threat from Lin Dayaming. If 16 years from now, King Nu has accumulated enough seniority and is truly preparing to form her core, then we'll see what happens then. Thinking of this, a huge weight was lifted from Chen Mobai's heart. What's wrong? You suddenly seem relieved. While drinking her tea, King Nu observed Chen Mobai deep in thought. She quickly finished another cup, then picked up the teapot and poured herself a cup, continuing to sip it slowly. It's nothing. It's just that thinking about the next few decades, when we might be together all the time, makes all the bitterness of being separated for so many years disappear and makes me feel relaxed and happy. Chen Mobai's words caused Qing Nu to widen her eyes slightly, a hint of doubt on her face. Stay together. Are you going to take up a post at Wangwu Cave Heaven? Well, after this leadership transition, I will officially become the representative of the dance weapon lineage in the three major halls. The Immortal Affairs Hall and the Righteous Law Hall have both offered me very good conditions. Since you are in the Heaven Mending Group, I have decided to join the Righteous Law Hall and become the leader of the Heaven Mending Group. Upon hearing this, King Nu's delicate body trembled slightly, and she could barely hold the teacup in her hand. She was deeply moved. Actually, you don't need to give up your cultivation in Dangxia City for my sake. If you stay there, you might be able to achieve the Golden Core stage within 100 years and take up a position in the Zhengfa Hall. It will only delay your cultivation. Having spent so many years together, Qing Nu understands Chen Mobai best, knowing that he is a true cultivator who has no other distractions besides cultivation. And now he's actually giving up his favorite form of seclusion for her sake, which makes her feel unworthy of him. The main reason is not you, but the older generation of Golden Core cultivators in the three main halls are all retiring. Among the next generation of our Wookiee lineage, the only one who can be considered capable is me. For the glory of the Academy, I have no choice but to take up a post. Since the three main halls have to choose one, choosing you in the local area would obviously make me happier, so I decided to go to the Zhengfa Hall. Chen Mobai spoke the truth to Qing Nu, but even so, the latter was still very moved. Those bright, beautiful eyes were slightly red, with tears welling up in their eyes, yet they were also filled with the beautiful anticipation of the next few decades when the two of them would never be separated again and would spend every day together. By the way, I've mastered the second level of the Phoenix Rising to the Sun diagram. The quality of the food, combined with the burning lamp technique, can comprehensively examine the state of the elixir poisoning in your body. Let me take your pulse and see if 2 cans of green Chan spirit tea are enough for you. Chen Mobai actually wanted to use the sound of the empty valley to listen to whether there was any embryonic essence in Qing Nu's body, but he couldn't talk about the great technique of the longevity sect, so he came up with an excuse. Yes, thank you for your hard work. King Nu had no doubts. She put down her teacup and extended her fair wrist to Chen Mobai, who immediately placed 2 fingers on it. Under the echoing sound of the empty valley, Chen Mobai heard Qing Nu's spirit and energy, which were already at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Apart from some deeply hidden poisons, she had basically reached the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm. Soon, Chen Mobai listened to the vastness and desolation of the sea, which should be the foundation of her heavenly spirit root, but this was not the answer he wanted to hear. As he channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into Qing Nu's body, golden lines appeared faintly in Chen Mobai's pupils. With the blessing of the Fangkun book, the fourth-order empty valley sound continued to delve deeper into the sound. Finally, he entered the depths of the sea. It was like falling into an abyss from which there was no bottom. The dark depths were terrifying and seemed to devour everything. It was a dark place, devoid of sunlight, incredibly deep and mysterious. The boundless expanse made him feel insignificant, but within this vastness, Chen Mobai seemed to feel the infinity of life, as if he were in the embrace of the sea, listening to the birth of all things and the miracle of life. Just as he was about to listen more closely, King Nu's exclamation startled him awake. When Chen Mobai opened his eyes, he saw that King Nu had fainted. It seemed that the voice he had just heard with the sound of the empty valley should not be something she could make now. He immediately checked King Nu's physical condition and confirmed that she was merely exhausted of spiritual energy and mental fatigue, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Seeing King Nu lying awkwardly on the sofa with her head tilted to one side, Chen Mobai got up, took off her high heels, then put one arm around her slender waist and the other around her smooth, delicate inner thigh, picked her up, and placed her on the bed in the bedroom. While King Nu was resting, Chen Mobai sat by the bed and couldn't help but smile as he watched her relax completely after closing her eyes and falling asleep. She probably hasn't slept in a long time at Wanggu Cave. After he arrives, King Nu can relax like this every day. At that moment, Chen Mobai forgot all about Lin Dayaming and Yan Xinji. But deep down, he was determined to protect King Nu. King Nu slept for quite a long time, but Lan Haitian had already assigned her a long-term mission. The higher-ups in the Patching Sky group also knew about their relationship. Seeing that King Nu hadn't returned for so many days, they simply assumed that the two were overwhelmed with emotion upon their long-awaited reunion. Fortunately, Chen Mobai had already met all the people he needed to meet, so there was no problem for him to stay in the hotel and not go out. However, he still called Wang Shui and told him that he had decided to accept the invitation from Master Xuexian to join the Zhengfa Hall. Wang Shui had no objection to this. After all, among the three halls, although the Immortal Affairs Hall was in charge of everything, with the possibility of war, the Righteous Law Hall could, in the event of battle, control the Immortal Sect. Of the three main halls, according to Wang Shui's opinion, the Immortal Affairs Hall was the one he should least go to. Not only are there many trivial matters, but the relationships are also intricate and complex. If a newcomer goes in, they can easily offend someone if they're not careful. As for Kaiyuan Hall, it means inheriting his rotating committee position, but in that case, there's basically no possibility of further advancement. After all, the Kunpeng lineage had too much influence in the Kaiyuan Palace. Even the Patching Heaven lineage at its peak could not break through it. Moreover, Chen Mobai had a minor grudge against Yi Yun, the deputy hall master of Kaiyuan Hall. If he were to work under her and not be able to keep his temper in check, it might actually be detrimental to the dance weapon lineage. In comparison, the relationship with the Zhengfa Hall is the simplest. Moreover, it was during the time when the White Light Ancestor held the position of Master of the Righteous Law Hall that his primordial spirit was placed in a sword, and he achieved the Tao of transformation. Therefore, many new recruits in the military and law enforcement departments joined the army after hearing the legend of the White Light Ancestor. If Chen Mobai wants to advance further in the future, he might be able to transfer this admiration for the White Light Ancestor to himself and promote him to become the next master of the Righteous Law Hall. Once it was decided to go to the Hall of Righteousness, the rest was much simpler. Wang Shui, making the most of his remaining energy, began to help him contact people in the military and law enforcement departments related to the Wookiee lineage. Since every Golden Core cultivator in the three main halls is a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall, Chen Mobai's entry into the Zhengfa Hall will not affect his succession to Wang Shui's position. After the leadership transition, he will serve as a member of the rotating committee of Kaiyuan Hall, while also holding various positions in Zhengfa Hall that Xuexian has assigned to him. Half a month has passed quickly, and only 10 days remain until the Immortal Sect's leadership transition meeting. Sometimes, when there was a real need to go out, Chen Mobai would leave the Wuxiang puppet in the room to watch over the sleeping Qingnu. With Wang Shui's help, he completed the transfer and handover of all power within the three main halls of the dance weapon lineage during this period. Besides Wang Shui, there is also an older counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall who is retiring, which also requires a new golden core cultivator to take his place. The competition for this spot is much fiercer within the dance weapon lineage, since Chen Mobai, the universally acclaimed candidate, is no longer available, and no one is willing to accept anyone else. After a fierce competition, the one who finally stood before Chen Mobai was a golden core cultivator named Wang Xinfu. After arriving at Wangwu Cave, Wang Xinfu's first priority was to visit Chen Mobai. The liaison was Wang Xingyu, a classmate and good friend of Chen Mobai. Wang Xinfu is Wang Xingyu's maternal uncle. With this connection established, Chen Mobai naturally greeted him with a smile. Moreover, the entire martial arts lineage is naturally under his command. Since his main focus will be on the Hall of Righteous Law in the future, he will definitely need to keep an eye on the Kaiyuan Hall as well. If Wang Xinfu is capable of being cultivated, the political legacy left by Wang Shui in the Kaiyuan Hall can be gradually transferred to him. With Wang Xingyu's connection, Chen Mobai and Wang Xinfu easily reached a preliminary understanding. At this time, another good friend who had made an appointment with them arrived at Wangwu Cave. Wenren Zuwei. Compared to Chen Mobai, her position in the Jumeng lineage is much more secure. After all, her potential to reach the nascent soul stage might still be a bit uncertain, but the everlasting spring technique is a solid guarantee of reaching the nascent soul stage, and she has a good chance of reaching the nascent soul stage. Therefore, the moment she mastered the everlasting spring skill, she was essentially regarded as a bright future by the Jumeng lineage. Chen Mobai had a close relationship with her, and since she was also staying at the Yingxian Hotel, he didn't go to pick her up from the airport. Wenren Zhu arrived at Wangwu Cave and spent several busy days meeting with the key figures of the Jumeng lineage in the three main halls, to ensure that their interests would not be greatly affected during this leadership transition. That day, Chen Mobai was enjoying a rare moment of leisure, sipping tea in his room, when Wenren Zuwei suddenly knocked on the door. "Are you done with your work? Why didn't you say anything before knocking on the door? I could have brewed a pot of tea and waited for you." Upon seeing the elegant and refined Wenren Zuwei, Chen Mobai couldn't help but speak. "That's about it. 2 ministers from our lineage have reached the age limit and are about to retire. We made some exchanges of benefits and were only able to fill one of their positions with one of our own. The other position was taken by the Kunpeng lineage." Wenren Zuwei walked naturally to the tea set that Chen Mobai had placed and began to brew tea. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai sat down on the sofa and watched this tea master perform the tea ceremony. "Chen Mobai, doesn't ye give you any face at all?" Since the master of Kaiyuan Palace basically doesn't handle affairs, Yi Yun is the actual person in charge of the Kunpeng lineage in Wangwu Cave. "If we try to negotiate and make concessions, we might be able to get it back, but I'm too lazy to do it. Let's just leave it at that. Once we reach the nascent soul stage, we'll be able to get back double what we lost." Wenren Zuwei's words made Chen Mobai smile slightly. But at that moment, he heard a sudden sound coming from the bedroom, and his expression changed slightly. A short while later, Qingnu, still somewhat sleepy, came out of the bedroom. End of this chapter.